Chapter 18 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. The last 3 days of their stay in Paris were marked by a return on the part of Thornton to his old devotion. He declined invitations ruthlessly, spent almost the whole of his time with his wife. In all outward and visible signs they were lovers again, but the inward and spiritual grace was a bit vapoury. They went on excursions together, to Fontainebleau, Melun, Passy. One day they wandered about the forest of Vincennes, and he kissed her beneath the trees, as he used to do at Bordighera. They had gay, laughing meals together at little riverside restaurants. He was passionate in his expressions of endearment and in his delight at her beauty. With the negative tact of passion, he avoided all subjects that could jar upon her. For 3 days he was the Thornton of their honeymoon. Clytie at first could not understand this sudden change. She asked him the reason tremulously.
"Can't you see, you silly girl," he replied with masterful frankness, "that I love you? We have only 3 more days' idleness."
And then she let the spell come over her again, and surrendered herself to his mood. But now, instead of entering with spontaneous joy a world of laughter whose magic gates lay open before her, she crossed the threshold with deliberate step. She had to choose whether to laugh or cry. She was young, she wanted to love her husband, so she chose to laugh. It was an act of reason, but woe to love when reason has to find its argument. By Whitsuntide they were in London, installed in their house in the Cromwell Road. The 3 days' passion had cooled down, and the atmosphere was colder than before. But Clytie for several weeks was so busy that she had not time for much consideration of troubling questions. First, the house required her attention. There was much supplementary furniture to be chosen, many minor schemes of decoration to be carried out in accordance with her own artistic tastes. Thornton gave her a free hand in these matters, and, beyond taking it for granted that the house should be fitly arranged, never troubled himself about details. He attended 2 or 3 picture sales with Clytie, where he bought a few pictures on her recommendation, ordered some great leather armchairs for his smoking room, and then transferred his attention to concerns of more serious interest. So Clytie, left unhampered, succeeded in arranging the house to her own satisfaction. This occupied a great portion of her time. The rest was almost entirely devoted to her social duties. She found herself in some small position in society, as the artistic wife of a distinguished soldier of fortune with a considerable income, and it was Thornton's special ambition for the time being that this position should be maintained and secured in furtherance of his own personal projects. Whilst contemplating marriage, or rather after he had, in his fierce impetuous way, decided upon it, he had sought around after some practical interest in his new life. He had forsworn Africa with a virtuous sense of self-sacrifice. What remained worthy of a man's serious attention? He did not consult Clytie. It scarcely occurred to him that the subject concerned her. Of the few careers that presented themselves, he selected 2, the turf and politics, and wavered for some time in his choice. At last he tossed up for it, as he had often done at the fork of 2 paths in the forest. The coin came down with the Queen's head uppermost, and that meant politics. He was a Tory of the fiercer school. Even if family and professional tradition had not influenced him, a lengthy course of despotic authority enforced by the halter and the butt-end of a musket is not favourable to the cultivation of liberal suavities and amenities. And again, the type is almost always Tory. He was even out of touch with the broader conservatism of the day, between which and modern liberalism he failed to appreciate the distinction. In fact, his political ideals, such as they were, belonged to the beginning instead of the end of the century, but he expressed them with a fervour that left no doubt as to their genuineness. He had no difficulty in setting at work the machinery of social influence, and the result was an offer of a private secretaryship on the part of an Under-Secretary of State. He accepted it. It would not only afford him an insight into the practical working of politics, but would give him an opportunity of making himself known to the chiefs of the Conservative party, and securing their influence when he should seek to enter Parliament. When everything was settled, he informed Clytie casually in Paris of his new ambitions. She too had wondered what outlet this man of restless action would find for his energies, and shrinking from inquiry, had been filled with vague uneasiness. Now she felt that he had made a worthy choice, and in spite of dubious encouragement, strove to identify herself with his interests. True, she contemplated with a little dismay the abandonment of her own pet social theories, which tended towards an advanced and somewhat inchoate radicalism, and the espousal of a cause forming part of a scheme of life against which she had so passionately rebelled. But she wilfully, almost desperately, shut her eyes against all this. She would give her heart and soul to Thornton's glory, and the sacrifice of principle on her part would only accentuate the triumph. But this sacrifice Thornton did not concern himself to realize. Very few men ever do. As we have seen, he laughed at it. He entered upon his political duties as soon as they returned to London, led a busy life of work and pleasure, throwing into both the energy of his strong vitality. He was not a man to wait. Social position, power, must be wrested from the world by force of arms. The sooner the struggle began and the fiercer it was fought, the sooner would come success. It behoved Clytie, therefore, to enter upon it with him at once. Before she could realize herself as mistress of a large house, as cut off from the old habits that had invested London with earnest charm, as sundered from Kent and Winifred, as deprived of her art and her dreams and ambition, she found herself caught up in the whirl of London society, bidden to cultivate its conventions, flatter its weaknesses, intrigue, gossip, dance, drive, rush, without a moment's pause to think. And thus began her new life. It was not the one she had dreamed of. In fact, she hardly recognized herself in her deliberate subordination to a nature dominating hers. She let herself drift, abandoning herself to the current clutching hold of her love towards her husband as the only plank saving her from destruction. Winifred she saw occasionally. She had no time for anything beyond a half-hour's gossip, and then she forgot her own hopes and fears in the happiness of her friend, who had just become engaged to Traherne. She saw nothing of Kent. A feeling she could not analyze restrained her from writing to him, ever so formally. It was analogous to the whimsical shrinking from sketching his portrait when she had first met him. She heard of him, however, through Winifred. He came down to the studio still occasionally, and chatted over the teacups. "Chiefly about you, dear," said Winifred, "and the old days, and your present life." "And is he changed at all?" asked Clytie. "Seems centuries since those same old days. I feel almost like asking whether he has a grey head and carries his ears well." "It does seem a long time," said Winifred reflectively, "but it really isn't, you know, and Kent is just the same as ever. His trip abroad has done him so much good. Do you know, dear, except Victor, and Mr. Hammerdike, of course, I think he is the best man in all the world." Her brown cheeks flushed as she spoke, and Clytie bent down and kissed them. "Oh, Winnie, darling, I wish everybody were as true and loyal as you," she said. A great sob was in her heart, and she would have given much to have buried her face in Winnie's lap and let the tears come how they would. But she mastered herself, and before the other had time to hear the echo of the chord that was struck, she went on. "Tell me, Winnie, how is his great work coming on?" "Rapidly, I believe," answered Winifred. "He seems to have nothing else to live for now. I think he misses you, dear, and plunges into it as a kind of consolation. He's had a great compliment paid to him. Have you heard? He met a great Austrian scientist, I can't remember his name. Doesn't matter. Anyhow, he showed this professor his work and talked to him about the difficulties of publishing, expense, and all that. And a few days ago he received an offer from the University of Vienna to translate what was already done into German and publish it there. He says it is a most distinguished honour." "I'm so glad, dear," said Clytie. "I feel proud of him, and I wish I could see him to give him my congratulations. You will tell him that I asked after him, won't you, Winnie?" "Why, of course," said Winifred. "Don't we always talk of you?" Mrs. Blather was anxious that Clytie and her husband should come to Durdleham to stay there after the season in town was over. But Clytie replied evasively to the affectionate invitation. She shrank from Durdleham even more than from herself. Mrs. Blather, now that the soreness as regards the wedding had worn off, was delighted at the brilliant match. Just the very marriage one could have wished for Clytie, as she remarked over the Durdleham tea-tables. Besides, it was definite settling down for Clytie, saving them from that shadow of scandal that had always seemed liable to be cast over them through her unprincipled behaviour. There were no longer any fears, and Mrs. Blather had her own little triumph in another way. She remembered now she had prophesied years ago that Clytie's desire to live her art life in London was a craze that would not last long, like Janet's transient enthusiasm for cookery classes. Both Janet and herself took it for granted that Clytie viewed her past errors with the same indulgent retrospective smile, and wrote her complacent letters based on this assumption. And Clytie found it harder than ever to write to them naturally, to answer these letters in the same tone. If her sisters had failed to understand her when, to her, her young, earnest self was brightly intelligible, how could they do it now, when she saw herself vaguely, dimly wrapped in impenetrable vapours? A visit to Durdleham under the circumstances seemed almost an ordeal. Yet Thornton's presence there might make some difference. She spoke to him very little on the subject. He broached it himself one day at breakfast, almost the only time now, except late at night, that she saw him alone. It was nearing the end of July, and the session of Parliament was on the eve of closing.
"When are you going to see your people, Clytie?" he asked, looking over his paper.
"I thought I told you. They want us to come down for a week as soon as we can leave town."
"Us?"
"Yes, won't you come?"
"Oh, no thanks. It wouldn't suit me at all. You go and make an excuse for me."
"Things are not gay there, I know," said Clytie, "but I should like you to come with me."
"Can't be done, my dear," replied Thornton. "You'd better have a quiet time there by yourself while I go up to Scotland."
"I thought you would have liked me to go to Scotland with you. We've seen so little of each other lately. You don't want to stay up there all the autumn without me," she added, half pathetically.
"Why, my dear Clytie, you can come if you like," said her husband, drawing back his chair from the table. "Only you won't find much fun in a little shooting-box in the middle of a glen in the Highlands. Look, you go and see your people for a month, and then, if you like, you can come and join me there. That is to say, if Carteret has any of his women-folk staying in the house, which does not seem to be quite settled yet. If he hasn't, naturally you can't come."
"In that case, I shall not go to Durdleham. I couldn't. You would not understand why. I shall stay in London and mind the house."
"I should not like you to do that," said Thornton.
"Why not?"
"Because I'd rather you did not," he repeated with a gathering frown.
"How long do you contemplate being away?" asked Clytie quietly.
"August and September, perhaps. I can't quite tell yet."
"Do you propose, then, that I should go and stay in Durdleham for 2 months with my people?" He had not contemplated it, but he was irritated at her show of opposition. He lost his temper and said sharply,
"Yes, or with any other friends you like. I'm not going to have you remaining here all by yourself."
"Will you tell me your reasons, Thornton?" asked Clytie. He crumpled up his paper angrily and thumped it on the table. The veins in his forehead stood out. His face grew ugly.
"When I say a thing is to be done, I mean it," he cried, "and I'm not accustomed to be asked for my reasons."
"I shall leave you until you have recovered yourself," said Clytie with dignity, and she left the room. But Clytie's heart... Is that right? What's going on? Hitherto she had restrained herself, feeling that the first revolt would mark the beginning of the end. She passed a miserable day. When Thornton came home in the afternoon to dress for dinner, he was in one of his light-hearted moods. He had backed an outsider some weeks back at very long odds. The race had been run that day, and the outsider had won, bringing him a couple of £1,000, a windfall that relieved him of certain temporary embarrassments. Hence his buoyancy that afternoon. He had apparently forgotten the morning's difference, and called Clytie "little wife" again, and promised her a Victoria to supplement the modest brougham with which they had begun. He put his arm round her and kissed her, praised her beautiful hair, the roundness of her arms, her dress. He told her the gossip of the day in his bright off-hand manner, made her laugh in spite of her weariness. But when he kissed her, she shrank a little. In the elation of his victory, he did not notice her lack of responsiveness. Besides, he was not oversensitive at any time. When they returned home at night from the dinner party to which they had gone together, Thornton was still in pleasant mood. Nothing more was said respecting the plans for August and September. The reconciliation did not last long. Clytie strove with an earnestness that was torture to keep the peace between them, but sometimes her nature clamoured within her and broke out in self-assertion. Only 4 months married, and already the breach between them was perceptible, slowly widening. And it was Clytie that drifted away from her husband. If she had been a lesser nature, she might have retained the love on both sides. A woman of a lower type would have been able to flatter, soothe, cajole, yield, and thus have kept Thornton at her feet. The patronizing contempt for her own needs, which lashed Clytie to the soul, she would have treated lightly, as the natural and foolish vanity of the superior being. And she would have found in a sudden demonstration of passion full compensation for previous indifference. But Clytie was not only unversed herself in the arts of seduction, but despised them fiercely in other women. And she began also to dread Thornton's fits of affection as much as his fits of anger. He left her one morning, quivering with mortification and suppressed bitterness. He himself was not conscious of the slight he had inflicted, and he went away in gay spirits. Their talk had turned upon a cabinet minister named Goderich, whose influence Thornton was anxious to acquire. Now it had so happened that the same Goderich had succeeded in making himself vastly obnoxious to Clytie. She told her husband this, giving him the reasons. "I have not been accustomed to that kind of admiration," she said, "and I don't like it." But Thornton laughed his great laugh, called her his unconventional prude, and went on to show her what an invaluable ally Goderich was. "You must swallow your dislike, Clytie," he said. "Why, God bless my soul, if 99 women out of 100 had that chance, they would get the eyes out of his head." "Would you so much desire me to be like 99 women out of 100, then, Thornton?" "Oh, nonsense, Clytie, you know what I mean. Come, don't you see that here's a way of pushing things on a bit? What does it matter if the ass is attentive? You can laugh at him. But keep him in hand a bit until we want to let him loose. Do you see? Of course I trust you, and all that sort of thing." "I thank you for your confidence," she replied, "but I don't think you will need to exercise it much." "What do you mean?" "Oh, never mind. Do you really want me, Thornton, to encourage this man to make love to me, so as to get a hold on him for other purposes?" "I never saw anyone like you for dotting of the i's," said Thornton, amused. "But that's about the size of it. Don't you see what an infernal ass we can make of him? Well, think it over, little wife. Good-bye." He opened the front door. This little conversation had taken place in the hall, and ran down the steps, very well pleased with himself. But Clytie's heart turned from him, and she passed a wretched day, all the more trying as she felt in honour bound to sing antistrophe of praise of Thornton to the strophe of Mrs. Farquharson, with whom she was lunching. In the evening they were going out together. He came home late from Westminster, dressed hurriedly, and went down to the drawing-room where Clytie was waiting. She was wearing a low-cut dress. Her arms were bare. A tiny diamond clasp to a thin gold chain flashed on her bosom. "By Jove, you're looking lovelier than ever," he cried. "Come, let me kiss you." He drew her to him, kissed the upper part of her arm, and then her lips. But she made no response. She shrank, and this time he noted it. His arm still round her waist, he held back his head and looked at her. "Clytie." He spoke with lover-like reproach, and kissed her again, and again she shrank. And then he cast her aside roughly and stamped his foot. "Damn it, Clytie!" he exclaimed, showing his teeth. "You're a perfect icicle." Clytie made no reply, but turned to the window and buttoned her glove. Thornton rang the bell violently, and when the footman appeared, asked him why the devil the carriage had not come round. Then he flung himself into a chair and turned over a book. And thus they remained without speaking until the brougham was announced. On their way to the dinner party they did not speak. He was in a fit of furious sulks, and Clytie's heart was too heavy. Afterwards he went off to his club, and she drove home by herself. And this at the end of only 4 months' wedded life. What would it be at the end of 4 years, 14? Clytie strove for a little to blame herself for supersensitiveness, egotism, coldness. But herself rose in arms against this charge, for like the unfolding of a horrible story, the nature of Thornton's love for her, the nature of the place she really occupied in his estimation, gradually broke upon her. The meaning of light remarks, trivial jests, careless actions, the meaning of caresses now half contemptuous, now passionate, all came to her in full light, in all their crudity, out of the grey darkness in which she had instinctively kept it hidden from herself. She stared at it, not in ignorant surmise as she had done in Paris, but with a ghastly sickening of soul. Oh, the degradation of it! What was she to her husband but a possession, a toy, a woman to suffer his caresses when it so pleased him to bestow them, a mistress whom he had taken it into his head to bind legally to himself, so that she might serve certain purposes of his in society? What little better was she to him than the woman whom men buy, Lulu Mendes, for instance, save that he reckoned, he had told her so, on her fidelity to him. Things she had tried to ascribe to the careless familiarity of love blazed insultingly before her, scorching her, making her writhe in her abasement. Naturally, satiety had come to him. He was indifferent whether he saw her or not for a season. Only in his absence she was to obey blindly his caprices. If only she was his wife, she thought bitterly, in the humdrum Durdlam way, where at least she would have had the conventional position in their conjugal relations. Either that, or the wild independence of a Lulu Mendes, carrying her will in her hand, free to choose her own way among the groves of the satires. For even there the free path smells sweeter than the one of servitude. Just before the session ended, Clytie came to a definite understanding with her husband. It is surprising what pain can underlie this mutual adjustment of two intelligences. The scene was again the breakfast-room. Each was reading the morning's correspondence. Thornton tossed a letter across the table. "Carteret's women folk can't come," he said. "Devilish sensible women. They don't see the fun of it. So it's settled. I go up as soon as this wretched grind is over." "Very well," said Clytie calmly. "I hope you will have a good time." "Thanks," he replied in his careless way. "It will be like old times again, and you will put in a good, quiet couple of months with your people." Clytie bit her lip. Her heart beat a little faster. She was going to set herself in opposition to him. She glanced at him before she spoke. He hardly seemed to expect an answer, but continued reading another letter. He looked kind and frank, she thought, a husband for any woman to be proud of. In his morning freshness, clean-shaven, groomed, trimmed, he seemed handsomer than ever. His close brown hair had not a touch of grey. Scarcely a line showed on his forehead or beneath his eyes, and the dark, rich colour was visible beneath the bronze on his cheek. He broke into a laugh, buoyant and careless, over his letter, and looked up at Clytie. Then, his glance meeting hers, his face grew more serious. "What are you gazing at me for with those great blue eyes of yours, Clytie?" She bent forward, rested her cheek on her hand. "In regard to what you've just said, my going to Durdlam, I'm not going for many reasons. I told you so, Thornton, the other day." "I'm quite aware of it," said Thornton. "But you are going." He looked her full in the face, and she returned his gaze calmly and unflinchingly. "Don't let us quarrel, Thornton," she said. "It is so sordid and petty. Let us try quietly to understand one another." His glance fell first, and he threw himself back in his chair with a laugh and unfolded his paper. "All right, we'll bar scenes. Only don't say anything too severe, or you'll spoil my breakfast." "Thornton," she said, not changing her attitude, "I think I know what my duty is towards you, and I try to perform it. Has it ever struck you that you may have some duties towards me?" "I can't say it has," he replied. I don't think you understand me, Thornton. I will try to make it clearer to you. As far as you will let me take an interest in your life, I do so. I am more than willing to make any sacrifices, to give up everything for you. But when you do not want me, as this autumn, I surely may remember that I have a life of my own to lead.
And suppose that life does not suit me?
That is the point, Thornton. If you wished me out of love for you to do anything, I would do it. But this is a matter in which love has no place. Provided I am scrupulous in all my duties towards you, I have a right to my own life, to my own antipathies, to my own favourite pursuits, in fact, to myself as an individual, and it is your duty towards me to recognise it.
I don't quite see what you're driving at, said Thornton. You could dislike sweet champagne and paint pictures and read Schopenhauer if you like. What is preventing you? But in certain matters, as you are my wife, you've got to do what I tell you.
To take an extreme case by way of argument, suppose the fancy seized you to order me to remain in my bedroom all day. You would expect me to obey you?
By God, I should think I would, cried Thornton, starting to his feet, with blazing eyes and the veins standing out on his forehead.
It seems, Thornton, she said very quietly, you have married the wrong woman. Then she rose too from the table, moved towards him, and laid her hand on his arm. He shook it off with an impatient oath and turned away fuming to stare out of the window. She was too well accustomed to his fits of passion to resent the indignity. She mechanically picked off some withering leaves from some flowers on the mantelpiece and waited for him to speak. At last he turned round again and asked her sullenly,
"Have you any other pretty remarks to make?"
"If you will listen to them quietly."
"Well, what do you want? I grant I was a fool to marry you. Let me hear the consequences of my folly."
His face was set in a sneer, an ugly expression. She had seen it several times since that evening at the opera in Paris. The tears sprang into her eyes as she glanced at him. "Oh, don't speak and look like that," she cried. "I cannot bear it. I did not intend to say anything hard just now. I only meant that you had mistaken me, and my needs, and my nature. I have tried to look upon marriage from your point of view for 4 months, and I can't do it any longer. You say I must obey you blindly in everything, even your arbitrary fancies, subordinate myself absolutely to you. Thornton, believe me, where your interests or love are concerned, I will do it. But where they are not, I can't, and it will be happier for both of us that I should tell you so frankly. If you go your way alone, I must go mine."
"That means you set yourself in defiance to my wishes?"
Clytie checked an impulse of impatience. "If you won't understand me and insist on putting it that way, yes." They looked at each other for some time, and then Thornton ground his teeth and glared at her.
"You can go your own way if you like, but I warn you, one of these days there will be the devil to pay."
And he strode out of the room, cursing, and slammed the door behind him. Clytie sat down by the window. The tears would come in spite of her pride. She had gained the victory. But there are some victories that have all the aching sense of defeat. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 19. On the day after this conversation, Clytie was surprised by an announcement from Durdleham that Mrs. Blather and Janet were suddenly coming to town, and would avail themselves of her often repeated invitation to pay her a visit in her new home. Janet had been ailing for some time past. The over-refined Davenant blood had never been vivifying at any time, and now, as there were sudden dangers of a grave kind, the Durdleham doctor had advised her consulting a London specialist. They hurried to catch the great man before he left for his summer holidays. That was their apology to Clytie for the shortness of their notice. Ordinarily, on their rare visits to town, they put up at Durfey's Hotel in Albany Street. Their father and grandfather had put up there from time immemorial, and they spoke of Durfey's with solemn familiarity, as if it were the one hotel in London. On this occasion, however, they came and stayed with Clytie. Their presence in the house was a relief to her, even though it was by way of counter-irritation. Thornton showed himself in the light of a charming host and delighted his sisters-in-law. They could not find enough felicitations to bestow upon Clytie. They forgot the old misunderstandings, took it for granted that Clytie had finally settled, was happy, without any ulterior desires. They went round the house, Mrs. Blather manifesting mild enthusiasm over the more solid arrangements in the way of furniture and domestic appurtenances, Janet going into little ecstasies over the decorations. "I never thought you had such a talent for house management," said Mrs. Blather after an inspection of the linen cupboards and china closets. "I hardly think it requires absolute genius," replied Clytie, "to see that sheets are folded up properly and that plates are not put away dirty." "Ah," said her sister with a philosophic sigh, "so many young wives are so inexperienced." It was a delight to Mrs. Blather to see Clytie in this aspect. She could talk to her now on common ground. Clytie had become an ordinary, sensible woman who could discuss the things that fill the ordinary, sensible woman's life: housemaids, fancy work, and the price of fish. Mrs. Blather knew that Hammerdyke was fairly well off, but she thought it her duty to give Clytie many valuable hints as to household expenditure, to which Clytie listened with suave distraction. She also gave her recipes for cooking and the washing of lace, and infallible methods for removing wine stains from tablecloths, also neat little formulas for the management of a husband. "But yours is simply perfect," she added with reference to this last. "Oh, Clytie, you are a lucky girl." To Clytie there was something pathetically humorous in the aspect she presented to her sisters, in finding herself for the first time in her life perfect in their eyes, in their changed relations. It was amusing to be the lady of the house, and to make plans for Gracie and Janet's entertainment. She brightened under the sense of it, and though many a misconception on their part caused her a sharp twinge of pain, she allowed them to purr on contentedly, taking a small measure of enjoyment from the comfort thereof. Besides, she felt that it would not last long. Their stay was limited to 3 days. A week of it would have been intolerable. For this reason she declined to accompany them back to Durdlam. At first Mrs. Blather was rather hurt at her refusal, but Clytie gently smoothed over the matter, tactfully avoiding to give specific reasons. Although Thornton was amenity itself in his intercourse with Clytie when they met in her sister's presence, in their private relations he showed a certain soreness, the result of the process of understanding. She tried to heal this, to win back from him, if not love, at least gentleness and courtesy. "I must thank you, Thornton, for being so nice to my sisters," she said once. "I suppose I know how to behave myself in my own house," he replied coldly, and Clytie retired and listened with an ache in her heart to Mrs. Blather's epithalamium. Still, it comforted her to see Thornton his old bright self again, as she had known him before her marriage, even though she knew his brow would darken on the departure of her guests. It gladdened her to hear him talk animatedly to Janet of the wonders of the forest and the romance of war. The hall, the staircase, and the walls of his smoking room were lined with curiosities of travel: spears and skin-covered shields, swords, wooden maces, a whole armoury of savage weapons. There were feathered headdresses, great rings roughly wrought of virgin gold, strange garments, some stained with blood. On the landing above the hall stairs hung an evil wooden yoke with pendant chains, which he had lifted from the necks of 2 dead slaves, left by the caravan to die and rot by the way. And, flanking it, 2 great lance heads glared defiantly. To each relic a history was attached, now commonplace, now ghastly. Clytie knew them all, but she accompanied her sisters as Thornton took them round, a perfect cicerone, and she was pleased to see his face light up and his eyes glow with a reminiscence of dangers and brave deeds. It brought her a glad memory of the past, and a little hope for the future. She was grateful, too, to Thornton for thus effectually hiding from her sisters any signs of their recent differences and divergences. She could receive their congratulations with a sense of grim humour. Anything approaching pity, with whatever delicate sympathy it might be conveyed, would have made her wince with pain. Even Mrs. Farquharson, who had sharp eyes and many kindly affinities with her, shared Mrs. Blather's unquestioning belief in the happiness of her lot. Before others, Thornton was still the gallant lover and courteous husband, and Clytie was not unthankful. When questioned as to Thornton's plans for the autumn, she answered vaguely. The session had worn him out. He was going up to Scotland for the grouse shooting. She herself was going to take care of the house until his return. She preferred staying in London in August to going anywhere without him. And Mrs. Blather, quite satisfied, paid her a little compliment of her wifeliness, and suggested various household improvements to occupy her time during her grass widowhood. So Mrs. Blather and Janet went back to Durdleham, to raise a flutter of excitement at the Durdleham tea-tables over their accounts of Clytie's moral and material prosperity, and her husband's manifold perfections. But the old man, Mr. Davenant, shook his head and sighed. Slow to receive fresh impressions, he could not conceive Clytie other than wilful and paradoxical. And he was suspicious of the brilliant soldier of fortune. He would much have preferred his daughter to have married a steady-going country gentleman or professional man. Still, no fault could be found with Hammerdike, who had treated him with every courtesy. Before Thornton's departure for Scotland, a kind of reconciliation was patched up between them. The first overtures had come from Clytie. After all, he was her husband. They were bound together, for better or worse, till death parted them. It was only common sense to struggle that it should be for better. She humbled herself then a little, confessed that she had been unreasonable in some things. He happened to be in a softer mood, and encouraged her to tell him she was sorry if she had been cold and selfish. Unconsciously she made him feel quite magnanimous. He kissed her gaily, bade her think no more about it, and even condescended to say with regard to the main point at issue, "Well, perhaps you are about right in not caring to go to Durdleham. Your sisters are not rapid." A remark which, although it jarred somewhat on Clytie's strung nerves, she nevertheless accepted as a token of peace. This was the second time in her life that she had deliberately humbled herself before a man. She thought of it with a queer little pang. When she had put down her young pride so as to retain Kent's friendship and esteem on the day that Jack had destroyed Winifred's picture, it had been all gladness and triumph. She remembered how happily she had gone to sleep that night, in pleasant subconsciousness of certain feminine workings. It had been a joy to surrender them. But now? She shrugged her shoulders, tried to dismiss it from her mind. In the middle of August she found herself alone in the great house, enjoying the leisure and solitude, the independence, the freedom from friction. She devoted most of her time to her painting, which had been sadly neglected since her marriage. Her studio was a pleasant room with a good light. It had not the severe, business-like air of the one in King's Road. It was warmer, heavier with velvet hangings, richer in quaint furniture. Instead of the whitewashed walls scrawled over with grotesque caricatures, it had a delicately toned Morris paper. The floor was polished, strewn with thick rugs. A great white bearskin lay before the hearth. The piles of canvases stretched upon rough wooden backs that used to be stacked up in odd corners, Thornton had had framed for her as a surprise to greet her on her home-coming, and now the best of them were hung round the room. Some of her cherished possessions found a place, the etching by Rupert Kent, 2 or 3 of Winifred's delicate studies, and an exquisite jacquemoire that Kent had given her long ago. But otherwise all was new, luxurious, separating her from the old associations of her art life. Whilst searching for a subject, she took out her studies for the Faustina picture, but she put them aside with a shudder. She was painting merely for amusement, to gratify the artistic impulse that urged her to create. But the hope, by which she had been gradually rising towards the goal of her ambition, the hope of fame and full accomplishment, was gone, apparently beyond recall, and she mused upon it sadly. The sense of finality is characteristic of youth, its one governing pessimism. Yet she was cheerful enough, glad to feel the brush between her fingers again, and to smell the familiar odour of turpentine, and to see her fancies take visible form under her touch. The artist within her asserted itself, though vaguely, as from some depth where it lay buried. It was undergoing a subtle change, and its weak, inchoate manifestations were those of a period of transition. But Clytie knew it not. The Farquharsons returned to town towards the end of the month, and Winifred also. after her annual seaside holiday with the children. And many of Clytie's other friends remained in London and welcomed her back among them. It was like a return to her old life. Only Kent was absent from her circle. She missed him, sighing a little for the impossible. Thornton wrote from Scotland with affectionate brevity. He did not know that he could have missed her so much. He bagged so many brace that morning. He longed to see her. He thought it might as well stay on with Carteret so long as there was any sport forward. His letters, dashed off with a broad quill pen in a great bold hand, covered 4 sides of notepaper and came once a week. Clytie had no reason to complain of lack of attention on the part of her husband. Consequently, she looked forward to less troubled days when they should lead their common life together again. An occasional visitor that she had during these weeks was the boy, Jack. He had been for a term at the industrial school to which Traherne and Kent had procured him admittance, and now passed as a reformed character amongst his enthusiasts. The teachers at the school, with vivid memories of stormy scenes, might have demurred at this opinion, but they were miles away holiday-making, and for the time blissfully oblivious of Jack. 4 months over a spelling-book and a carpenter's bench, even though the latter may be situated among pleasant fields, are not long enough to purify the blood from the wildness of London streets, and a lifetime so spent cannot wash out hereditary taint. But they can teach the use of soap and water and a suitable adjustment of garments. And Jack was clean, and his wild elf locks were cropped into compulsory smugness, and his clothes conformed to a strictly conventional order. This external revolution was so startling that an accompanying moral reform seemed unquestionable. Even his mother's dull pessimism was affected by it. When she returned from her work, she bribed him with bread and treacle to sit in a chair where she could admire him, instead of sending him out on her way into the streets, as she had been wont to do. But Jack ate the bread and treacle, and then sauntered into the street of his own accord. He did not admire his mother, and only heeded her blandishments when they assumed an objective form. He admired one person, and that was Winifred. With her the young animal was tame, almost docile. It was merely owing to lack of special instinct that he did not lick her hand. He was often in the studio, where he had been constituted general factotum during his holidays. He swept the floor, cleaned the windows, set the brushes and paints in order before Winifred arrived, ran messages for her, and whenever she permitted would sprawl on the ground by her side, following her movements with his great brown eyes. To prevent him from wasting his time and energies in this passive adoration, Winifred often invented commissions for him, which he executed with proud dispatch, disregarding all allurements to eat the lotus of the gutter, and holding his person sacred as Winifred's messenger. It was in consequence of this that he found his way to Clytie's house, acting as postman for his patroness. At first he was shy. He had not lost the feeling of awe with which Clytie inspired him, nor had he forgotten the dread picture of her anger on that day when she had summarily dismissed him from her service. It was only his devotion to Winifred that had induced him to put, as it seemed to him, his head in the lion's mouth. But when he found that the lion was kind and roared as gently as his own dove, and further gave him various unimaginable dainties to eat and odd shillings to spend in surreptitious tobacco, the house in the Cromwell Road became invested with pleasant associations. It was after Clytie had had 2 or 3 visits from him that the idea occurred to her to paint the portrait of the reformed Jack. The sittings continued long after the necessity for them had ceased. Jack came of his own accord. At last, one day, he astonished her by refusing the shilling that she held out to him. "I didn't come for that," he said bluntly. "I come to see you." Clytie and the urchin in industrial school corduroys looked steadily for some seconds at one another, and both in their respective ways were conscious of having added to their sum of knowledge. Then they became real friends. Clytie looked upon him with a new interest, taking herself severely to task for having summed him up in the past with such scornful superficiality. She atoned for it now by seeking to interest herself in his life, to give herself a little place in it, whereby it should receive some individual colour. This was all the easier now, as Winifred had smoothed down many of Jack's social asperities. Albeit not refined of speech, He no longer used profane language in the studio, nor did he entertain her with sanguinary details of cat murder. When the time came for him to return to school, Clytie felt quite sorry. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20. Thornton returned in due time. The autumn session began. The weeks and months passed. Their relations remained the same as when they had parted in the summer. Towards Clytie he manifested a kindly indifference, so long as she obeyed his wishes. When she went counter to them, he flared up, showed his teeth, and swore, on which occasions Clytie would draw herself up, and with her chin in the air, leave the room and retire into her studio. Then, after 2 or 3 days of evil sullenness, the fancy would take him to kiss her, and lightly swear that she was the loveliest woman in the world. But Clytie had lost all responsive feeling. She met him not wholly unaffectionately, but calmly, presenting an obedient, passionless cheek. Thereupon he would either storm again or laugh, reminding her of a time when her lips sought his, asking her why she had frozen, where was the Clytie of their bridal month. And, if he pleaded gently, womanlike, she would relent a little, yield to him, striving to blot out the objects that met her sight as she looked back towards the past. Then there would recur the season of indifference, which Clytie had grown to welcome. The daily life went on, she scarcely knew how. Visiting, entertaining, painting, filling her days, and she dreamed wistful little dreams. And then there came to Clytie a great calm, a new strange happiness in the midst of the life she had thought to be broken. She would sit by herself and think, with a smile playing round the corners of her lips and a light in her eyes. Again the order of things seemed changed. Again a newer life with newer hopes and responsibilities lay before her. For the time her art, her needs were forgotten. Trifling, dainty occupations absorbed her as she sat in the solitude of the studio on the chilly autumn days, her feet luxuriously buried in the bearskin before the great fire. Sometimes Mrs. Farquharson would come and help her, with a yawning hunger in her eyes that Clytie knew the meaning of, for Caroline was a childless woman. And then Clytie would kiss her silently, and Caroline would shake her head and laugh, and talk in her bright way of the wonder that would be. Only at times did a wave of bitterness pass over her. If all that had happened in her married life since the train had carried her out of Bordighera station had been different, if only she could see her husband as she saw him that day, by the ruined tower, when she passed her hand over his hair and thought him all that could suffice a woman's needs. Sometimes she looked at him now, furtively, when his face was in repose. He seemed the same, handsome, brave, ideally perfect in manhood. Why had not the glamour lasted? Why should the dream be better than the drink? And then she would turn away, and the thought would rise, why did I not continue blind? Would to God this knowledge of him had never come! He grew a little kinder to her, however. It was a rough, patronizing tenderness, it is true, but yet Clytie felt grateful. A little act of forethought and consideration softened her towards him much more than it warranted. Perhaps, in spite of all, he might have won her to him again, and brought her lips to his in a kiss of rare meaning. For at certain times there are wondrous tendernesses and wondrous powers of forgiveness in woman. But Thornton lost the golden chance, being busy with his muck-rake. He came home one afternoon in an evil humour. Clytie, prepared to welcome him, looked up kindly from her lounge-chair as he came into the studio, but as she saw the blackness of his face, her heart sank. A footstool came in his way, and he sent it with a kick sliding along the polished floor. "Why do you litter up the place with these infernal traps, Clytie?" he asked crossly, as he came up to the fire to warm his hands. Clytie, like a wise woman, held her peace. Silence is a very good friend sometimes. But as he remained there moodily, without saying a word, and the silence was growing uncomfortable, she asked him what was amiss. "Everything's amiss," he replied roughly. "All through your silly folly. Read that." He drew a letter from his pocket-book and threw it into her lap. It ran, Dear Earnshaw, as I think Simmons would be a more satisfactory man for Birchester than Hammerdyke, I've suggested the former to the local Conservative Association. As they seem rather at a loss for a suitable candidate, I think they will accept my nominee. Yours truly, E. Goderich. I am sorry, Thornton, said Clytie, laying the letter down on the afternoon tea-table by the side, but you hardly expected to have a chance so soon.
Do you suppose I'm going to slave away at this hack's work for 2 or 3 years?
No, but this is only the second or third vacancy that has occurred.
What does that matter? Goderich promised to run me as soon as he saw an opening. Earnshaw was amazed at this letter this morning. Don't talk of what you know nothing about. It's simply infernal spite on Goderich's part. Who is Simmons? A damned cheesemonger with a Jubilee knighthood, and as much brains as a double Gloucester. Goderich has a reputation for this sort of thing. That was why I wanted to keep in with him. If you'd taken a ha'porth of interest in the matter, it would not have happened. You've treated the man in your confounded icy, don't address me or I'll petrify you kind of way, and you've put his back up against us.
I always treated him courteously, said Clytie.
Yes, by Jove, I know what that means, sneered Thornton. And now you can have the satisfaction of seeing how your courtesy has played the fool with my plans.
I can't understand you, Thornton, she replied wearily. I should have thought you of all people would have preferred to win your own battles.
So I shall in future. I shall take jolly good care not to ask you to help me any more. After all your fine professions of identifying yourself with my life and that sort of rot, I really thought you would be willing to help me, in about the only way a woman can.
By a silly, ignoble flirtation? Would you really hope to win success by your wife's dishonour?
Oh, rot! Cried Thornton savagely. Who the devil talked about dishonour?
Well then, we don't see things in the same light, said Clytie quietly, and I'm very glad you've lost Goderich's influence, if that is what it depended upon. He turned and faced her in one of his blind rages.
Why don't you say at once you don't care a little damn about me? It would be nearer the truth. What the deuce did I marry you for, when there are thousands of better women in the world who are to be had for the asking? About the only thing I have ever asked you to do for me was to employ a little womanly tact, and then you get up on the high horse, damme, and talk about dishonour. One would have thought you'd been bred in a nunnery instead of the disreputable gutter in the King's Road I've found you in.
Oh, stop, said Clytie, rising. If I were well, perhaps I might be angry and amuse you with a row, but I'm not equal to it at present, believe me. I'll see you at dinner. She walked towards the door, but Thornton intercepted her with 3 or 4 quick strides.
I'm hanged if you do, he said. I have had too much respect for my digestion. I'm not going to stay in the house with you.
And he strode out of the studio, slamming the door. Thank God, said Clytie to herself. And so the film of reconciliation that new circumstances had begun to spread was rudely torn asunder, and the breach between them grew greater than before. For several days Clytie suffered. Then she resigned herself to the inevitable, and in her thoughts drifted away from her husband. For they were sweet thoughts, full of unspeakable consolation. And the weeks wore on, and the evenings grew shorter and shorter, and the little pile of dainty needlework grew higher in the press. Thornton rarely disturbed her. The time that he could spare from his official duties he passed as a man about town idles the hours away. A man with the least domestic tastes in the world, he found no especial pleasures in his house. His wife did not amuse him. The cooking at his club was more to his taste than that which awaited him at home. There was no earthly reason why he should use the house for any other purpose than sleeping, breakfasting, and the occasional entertainment, which was now discontinued for a season. He lived his own life, more or less satisfactory to himself, and left Clytie to her own devices. Wherefore she not unfrequently thanked the Almighty. She lived practically alone. Winifred came to see her from time to time. Mrs. Farquharson was often with her. The shrewd eyes of Caroline saw that there was something wrong in the marriage of which she had augured such fair fruits. But as Clytie proudly kept all her troubles to herself, Caroline could do no more than surround Clytie with her mute sympathy. This gradual discovery was a shock to her faith in human nature. One of the two had failed. Which one was it? Her instinct told her that it was not Clytie. Her husband unequivocally affirmed that it was Hammerdyke. When her instinct and her husband differed, she sometimes trusted to one and sometimes to the other, by way of giving a certain variety of life. When they coincided, she had no option but to believe. So, although giving up her hero cost her a great pang, her heart went out more than ever to her friend. It was a period of strange new happiness for Clytie. It showed itself outwardly in her art. No one but herself had ever seen the pictures that she painted during this time, not even Caroline. They were all unfinished, sketched in the hurried, semi-impressionist manner with which from her early girlhood she had been wont to give objectivity to her cravings and imaginings. But they were dainty, laughing, tender things, a world of waxen touches and sweet hopes. It would be hard to say how many small panels she covered with the promises of this new life. Sometimes, when she was quite alone, she would lock the door and take them out and arrange them along the wall on the ledge above the dado, and gladden her heart with them. After which she would collect them hastily and lock them up, with a smile at her own foolishness. She meditated now and then before the fire with closed eyes, turning over the leaves of her book of new formulas, which had grown somewhat tear-stained and dusty. But she found in it nothing relating to present things, and she laughed quietly at the omission, resolving to rectify it by and by. It was strange that she had not included this in her scheme of life. And yet, after all, was it so strange? She could not quite decide. But the future she never questioned. The evolution of her own individuality seemed in no wise to concern her. She had projected herself into another life. And she looked at the world, and again she saw it fair, and peace rested on her eyelids as she slept. And the weeks went on. One evening in the middle of December, Thornton and herself were alone together. They had finished dinner, and he was smoking a cigar with his coffee in the dining-room. Relations between them were beginning to grow kindlier again. That is to say, he curbed his temper, inquired after her health, and occasionally spent an evening at home. They had not spoken much during the meal. Now that they had so few interests in common, their conversation was generally desultory. The one great and precious bond that was to be between them was rarely mentioned. It was too deeply rooted in the holiest place of Clytie's soul for her to discuss it in the commonplace interviews she had with her husband, and his interest in the matter did not go much beyond a rather irritating sense of responsibility. Some feeling of the sort prompted him on this evening to allude to the subject.
"I heard from the Claverings this morning," he said, knocking off his cigar ash into the fender. "They want us to go and spend Christmas with them in their new place in Hampshire."
"Oh?" said Clytie politely. She had seen Mrs. Clavering several times during the summer in town, and further acquaintance had only increased the antipathy she had conceived in Paris. Thornton, however, had been pretty intimate with them during the latter part of the season, and he had met Major Clavering again in Scotland. Hence the invitation.
"Well," asked Thornton, "what shall I do? Of course, your going is out of the question."
"Naturally," replied Clytie, glad that that point was settled without any discussion. "Why do you ask me?"
"To know what your wishes are as regards myself. Clavering has got some good shooting, I believe, and his wife always keeps a decent house. I don't see what good I should be here, but still, if you'd like me to stay on and see you through, I don't mind a bit."
He meant to be magnanimous. Perhaps he expected his wife to be duly grateful. As it was, she only replied somewhat wearily, "You must do whatever you think best, Thornton. I should not like to keep you here on my account, while you might be having a good time with your friends."
"Oh, it's all the same to me," he said. "It's just as you like."
Clytie shook her head despondently. If ever there could have been any pleasure to either of them in his staying, these questions would have been impossible. It was love and not politeness that should have kept him by her side. "You are very kind to think of it, Thornton," she said, "and I thank you for asking me. But you couldn't do much if you stayed, you know."
"I think I should be somewhat in the way," he said good-temperedly. "That sort of thing is not much in my line. However, I did not like to accept without asking you. Are you sure you don't mind?"
"Oh, quite sure," said Clytie suavely. So the point was amicably settled, and Thornton went down to Hampshire to shoot Clavering's pheasants, and to be led cynically captive by Clavering's wife. To avoid giving the latter a gratuitous loophole for sarcastic attack, he forbore to hint at the cause that prevented Clytie from accompanying him. He said vaguely that she was with her people. Mrs. Clavering did not press the point in any way, as she reciprocated Clytie's dislike, and was perfectly indifferent as to what became of her. In fact, she was greatly relieved when Thornton announced that he was coming alone. Him she could manage as she liked, or thought she could, which comes to the same thing. The house which the Claverings had taken for the winter was one that appealed to the quieter tastes of a man like Thornton. There was good hunting in the neighbourhood, and the stables were well filled with hunters, some of which Major Clavering had hired for the season. Over the estate attached to the house was excellent partridge shooting, and the covers were stocked with pheasants. The house itself was straggling, as a country house should be, roomy and capable of accommodating comfortably the large party that was assembled for Christmas. It contained 2 billiard tables, a concert room staged for private theatricals, and a magnificent club-furnished smoking room with a specially made baccarat table. Among the party, the masculine element greatly preponderated, but the few women who were there had been carefully selected by the hostess to maintain a nice equilibrium. The Major invited the men, and his wife, running over the list, had settled upon the women. She was doubly grateful that Clytie had thought fit to decline. On the evening of his arrival, Thornton came down early after dressing, and found Mrs. Clavering alone in the drawing-room, reclining luxuriously before the blaze under the great marble chimney-piece.
"Clavering must have come into a pot of money in order to run this," he said, parting his coat-tails. "I've just been round the place. I had no idea it was such an extensive development."
"Yes, it's better than soldiering. Tom's looking out for a place of his own, something after the style of this. The Dynamos wanted to go to Australia, and so they've let it to us cheap." He nodded, not very interested, and twirled his moustache in silence. "You're not making a very good start by way of being amusing," said Mrs. Clavering. "How is your wife?"
"Oh, very well, but I don't see how that topic could amuse you. Matrimony isn't very funny."
"Glad to get out of the toils, I suppose?"
"Possibly. Leaves me free in the society of the only woman I have reasonably cared for," he said, without changing his attitude.
"Have you come down to play at that sort of thing again?" she asked, arching her eyebrows, with a little supercilious curl on her thin lips.
"That's what you wanted me here for, I suppose."
"You came to shoot little birds on the invitation of my adoring husband."
"Perhaps the motives were mixed. You wouldn't believe me if I told you I had come to see you. That was my main inducement. I suppose I ought to have begun better and told you of my longing and despair. Let me make my declaration now, Clara."
"Oh, my friend, what is the meaning of all this?" she said cynically. "You don't care a straw for me. You told me yourself I'd gone off lamentably, and I don't rate you a halfpenny above your worth. You're a fine-looking man with impulses and animal passions instead of brains and heart, and if you were to die tomorrow, my delicate appreciation of my dinner would not be impaired. So why in the name of common sense have we revived this miserable farce?"
"It's a kind of absinthe. We like it."
"If I could pump up any enthusiasm about you," she went on, not heeding his epigram, "I could understand it. But you are bad all through. You would not even be moderately faithful to me, as you are not to your wife."
"What the devil do you mean?"
asked Thornton quickly, showing his teeth. "Do you take me for a fool or a woman of the world, my friend? I have eyes and I have ears. I'll go into particulars if you like."
"That would scarcely be interesting," he said.
He looked at her for some moments, and then burst out into his resonant laugh, expecting boyish indulgence for his peccadilloes. His whole-hearted animal laughter was irresistible. The woman joined in. "I don't know which is the worst of us two," she said. "Perhaps I forgive you." The piquant cynicism of this revived liaison attracted Thornton, was an enjoyable complement to the essentially masculine side of that country-house life. He was a keen, brilliant sportsman, a famous shot, a perfect though reckless rider, standing out in all physical qualities far above the other men of his type who were his fellow guests. By them he was flattered in an honest British way. His acts were applauded, and his opinions received with respect. In the slaying of creatures, brute or human, he was an indubitable authority. And although he was accustomed to a certain shade of deference from his associates, it never failed to gratify his somewhat barbarous nature. Much of him had remained undeveloped. Small things pleased and captivated him. To be the central figure in this tiny world of sport was unalloyed pleasure to the man of fierce passions and heroic courage. And the bitter philandering in his relations with Mrs. Clavering amused, stimulated, irritated, and fascinated him. In his own way, therefore, he was enjoying himself exceedingly. Beyond writing Clytie a hurried note on the second day after his arrival, he scarcely recalled to himself her existence. When he did, it was with petulant annoyance. He wished to God he had not been such a fool as to marry. And now what was the deuce was the point of having children? But that was his wife's concern, after all, for which he cordially thanked the wise contriver of the human mechanism. Christmas came, was celebrated with much festivity. On Boxing Day there was a big partridge drive over a distant corner of the estate. It had been carefully saved for this one day's sport, and the birds were accordingly plentiful. The best portion of it, a field sloping from a ridge and skirting a pine wood, and then merging into a wide gorse-covered pasture tract, was reserved till after lunch. But the sport was good in the outlying approaches to this, and it was not without some irritation that Thornton tore open a telegram which a breathless messenger brought up. It announced the birth of a son. Thornton went on with the line across the wet ploughed fields, but until they halted for lunch, luck did not come his way. Mrs. Clavering and the other ladies had walked over with the luncheon baskets. The day was warm and relaxing. They lingered over the meal longer than they had intended. When a keeper came up and suggested that if they wanted to shoot the slope before dusk, they had better be starting, the men sprang up in a hurry and betook themselves thither. Thornton was the extreme man on the right, near the pine wood, which was being beaten. His ill success in the morning had piqued his vanity. He was not accustomed to be second or third in matters of prowess. After he had brought down his first brace, his whole frame was kindled with the desire to slay. Even partridges he could not kill calmly. Covey after covey was driven out of the wood, and as he had the first chance, his bag increased speedily. They had thus proceeded halfway down the long, straggling slope. The keeper by Thornton's side had just handed him his gun, and was watching the wood with intent, outstretched hand. A covey was being driven. At that moment another messenger, a boy, ran down the slope and put a telegram into Thornton's hand. With an impatient oath he stuffed it into the pocket of his shooting coat, just in time to be able to fire his 2 barrels into the whirring flight of birds. The next man to him fired simultaneously. 2 birds fell. The warm dispute that arose caused Thornton to forget the existence of the telegram in his pocket, and the continuance of the drive kept his mind entirely from it. But when the party arrived home and were standing for a moment in the hall, Mrs. Clavering came up to him and asked whether he had received his second telegram safely. Then he remembered. He drew it out, read it. "Damn!" he muttered under his breath, and crumpling the flimsy sheet into a ball, threw it with a gesture of impatience into the fireplace. Then he turned and talked with Mrs. Clavering until he went upstairs to change. As chance willed, the crumpled telegram had not fallen into the blazing wood fire, but had struck upon a log and dropped on its unkindled side. And chance willed that Mrs. Clavering should have noticed this. Women of her type are cynically unscrupulous. As soon as the hall was clear of men, she picked up the telegram and read it. Her face, which when she was by herself was somewhat faded, grew a little greyer. She put the telegram in her pocket. Chance willed also that Thornton and Mrs. Clavering should find themselves alone for a long spell after dinner in the little withdrawing room where smoking was permitted. Most of the men were tired. 1 or 2 of the women had gone up to their rooms. The rest were playing billiards. Thornton was in gay spirits, talking recklessly, giving her openings for sarcasms, and then closing in upon her with a brutality. It was an amusing game. Suddenly she asked him irrelevantly, "When are you going back to London?" "You're a wise woman," he replied, leaning back in his chair. "But what do you mean?" "I asked you a question, a simple one. Are you going to London tomorrow?" "No, why should I? Unless you're getting sentimental over me and would prefer the illusions of my absence to the disenchantment of my bodily presence. If you meant it as a hint, of course I'll go." "I do mean it as a hint," she said with a hard kind of drawl. "I didn't know you were quite such an unreasoning brute. Hadn't it occurred to you that it was only common decency to go off and help bury your newborn child?" She rose, and gathering up her skirts, left him before he had time to recover. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 21. Thus it had happened with Clytie during Thornton's absence. There came a morning at the end of the old year when the snow and sleet dashing against the window could be dimly heard in the heavily curtained room, and Clytie feebly whispered, "Give me the child." Gently they told her that the life had merely fluttered on the threshold and passed back into the silence whence it came. And she sank back on her pillows, struck to the heart with a dumb, hopeless heart-sickness. Recovery was slow. Clytie lay for many days, quite listless, the tears rolling down her cheeks, physical weakness aiding to make her feel a great self-pity. The long waiting, the fear, the pain, all had been counted as nothing, if at the close there could have lain in her arms a little child, one whose touch would draw all pain from her heart, make her forget every sorrow. And the passionate child hunger, begotten of the pangs of maternity, woke within her and cried for satisfaction. The whole weight of the world's misery crushed down upon her. She awoke to a grey world. Its glory had departed. There was nothing left to live for, and a great despair came over her. What was the use of dragging out this broken, colourless existence until the time, hopelessly remote it seemed to her, now that the blood ran again strongly through her veins, should come for her to die? She passed through the phase common to all strong natures in supreme moments of weariness, when death seemed the only solution. One little draught out of a phial, an agonized convulsion perhaps, and then eternal nothingness. She did not fear the annihilation which her materialism had taught her was the end of things. She had no eschatological sentimentality, but the full-pulsed animal's instinctive clutching after life held her back. The fit passed off, and she decided to live through another act of the dreary tragedy. All feelings of tenderness, trust, common confidence in her husband were swept away forever. The faintest breath of the old attraction caused her to shiver with repulsion. Henceforward they were mere acquaintances, who had subsisted from a common fund, lived under the same roof, and performed certain conventional actions in common, for the sake of their own relations with a society that demands a certain outward show of harmony between husband and wife. Thornton had come to town from Hampshire in the vilest of tempers. For a day or two he positively hated Clytie. Then the seriousness of her illness had awakened in him a superficial sympathy. But as soon as she was out of danger, he regarded her with cold dislike. She had abruptly terminated his pleasant holiday. She had gravely endangered his liaison with the only woman by whom he had been otherwise than purely sensually attracted, wherein lay an odd fascination, and in thus compelling him to her side she had sharply reminded him that a married man, if he wishes to keep in with the world, must not parade himself too conspicuously as his own master. And Thornton had his own reasons for not wishing to openly outrage society. As soon as she was able to travel, Clytie went to Durdleham, for the first time since her marriage. The quiet, easy life soothed her for a while. She was in that condition of hopelessness when inaction seems the highest good. Mrs. Blather attributed her dejection to the objective cause, and sympathized with her as one woman can with another, and strove to cheer her. But still she privately thought this long brooding somewhat morbid. Clytie always went to extremes. But although she naturally was unconscious of the subtleties of dreariness in the causation of her sister's state, she was none the less helpful with her sympathy, and sympathy very often is all the stronger from the narrowness of the channel in which it flows. February and March passed in the quiet, monotonous Durdleham way. But as the spring grew into her blood, Clytie felt the tingling of life once again, and the period of inactivity was over. She was not of the temperament to sit long with folded hands and lament over the futility of things. The old restlessness of her girlhood, though strangely modified, again urged her towards a fuller, more vivid existence. Again she looked out upon the world and its mysteries with a knowledge begotten of sorrow, and again vague longings took possession of her. She faced the new condition of things bravely, resolved to struggle towards a newer, better content. If the short dream had come true, she would have found happiness in the guidance of another life, but the high gods had ordained otherwise. As before her marriage, her only problem was the working out of her own individuality, for henceforward Thornton would be her husband only in name. In what direction should she carry herself so as to prevent the fulfilling of her needs from developing into ignoble egoism? As a girl, she had studied life eagerly, had painted from artistic impulses, from desire for fame, and from material necessity. Her enthusiasms, the intimacy of her odd social life with Kent and Winifred, had kept her pure and fresh. Now all was changed. She was alone. She had learned many things, the touch of the fire of passion, the taste of the waters of bitterness. Definite enthusiasms seemed to be wanting. Only the artistic impulse urging creation remained to her, together with mechanical skill. How was she to occupy her life to a fair and noble purpose? She tried to solve the problem calmly, was wise enough to smile when she discovered that she failed. One cannot range a row of potential enthusiasms in front of one like oranges and select in cold blood. So Clytie determined to have faith, large in time, and that which shapes it to some end. As soon as she had arrived at this decision, she threw off her moodiness and became bright again, to the great joy of Mrs. Blather, who was sighing for her to join in such Easter dissipations as Durdlam society offered. In obedience to her sister, therefore, Clytie burst upon Durdlam like a revelation. During her girlhood, Durdlam had regarded her as odd, refused to accept her as conducive to social amenities. Now it worshipped her with dazzled eyes, the whirligig of time thus bringing in its revenges. The irony of the position amused her, but at the same time it brought out in her much that was good and whole-hearted. She saw, perhaps for the first time, that much of the decorous dullness that had once chafed her to frenzy proceeded from an almost childlike ignorance of the possibilities of enjoyment. For a wild moment the idea entered her head to convert Durdlam to Epicureanism. Janet, to whom she confided this visionary scheme, stared at her open-mouthed, and Clytie burst out in genuine mirth. Durdlam was willing to be amused, eager to be brightened by a brilliant woman, but he would not be convinced. It held by its principles, would not yield an iota in a single formula. Still, it could be brought to treat a paradox as a joke, instead of brooding over it with the stolidity of a hen sitting on a china nest egg. And that much Clytie did accomplish during the short season of her social triumph. In the middle of April, she was requested by Thornton to return to London. He had thrown up the private secretaryship, as his purpose in accepting it had been already served. By dint of self-assertion, he had identified himself with the non-parliamentary chiefs of the Tory party, and during the early spring had rendered efficient electioneering services. His chance of a candidature was therefore only a question of time. But as he wished to neglect no means of keeping himself in evidence, he still felt bound to call upon his wife to aid him socially, that is to say, to preside at his table and receive his guests. This Clytie was not disinclined to do, especially as his summons was couched in pleasant and courteous terms. So she bade farewell to Durdlam and returned to London. When her train arrived at Euston, she was surprised at seeing Thornton on the platform. He wore a grey frock-coat with a dark rose in the buttonhole and lavender kid gloves. He came forward and greeted her, raising his hat before he shook hands. "Have you had a tiring journey? You are looking very well. As I was paying a call near Primrose Hill— ghastly place to live in, isn't it? I thought I might as well pick you up here with the broom." "That was very kind of you, Thornton," she said. They talked of indifferent subjects during the long drive to South Kensington, the theatres, odds and ends of gossip. When they got home, he accompanied her into the drawing-room and drank a cup of tea. "You're a deuced lovely woman, you know, Clytie," he said, his great bulk sprawling over a small drawing-room chair, his hands in his pockets. "I've half a mind to fall in love with you again. If you're not turned into absolute ice, perhaps I should. You've got that same devilish witchery in your skin that made me go wild over you a year ago." "Oh, please don't talk of that, Thornton. It is the past," she said, with a tremor. "Well, upon my soul," he said, gathering himself together, "I don't see why it might not be the present. I was going to unfold to you a little scheme by which we might live politely together. But by Jove, now I look at you and reflect that you are my wife after all, you're so gloriously beautiful, Clytie." He rose, but she was on her feet before him, having sprung up with a beating heart. She looked at him with a fearful surmise in her glance, and as he made a stride towards her, she recoiled in a terror she had not known before. "Oh, no, 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 for God's sake!" she cried, catching at her breath, instinctively putting out her hands to keep him off. "That is all over. We loved one another once. A horrible mockery of it is more than I can bear."
"Confound it, Clytie!" he exclaimed, clenching his hands and showing his teeth. "You're my wife, and by Lord I'll kiss you if I choose."
The flash of his brown eyes that had once overpowered her will now made her shudder. She stiffened into a woman of iron with bloodless cheeks. Standing up perfectly rigid, she closed her eyes and hung her hands against her sides. "Kiss me then, since you claim the right," she said in a choked voice. For a moment or two he stood looking at her. Then with a loud laugh he flung himself back in his chair. Clytie, with shame and horror in her heart, rushed from the room. It was not an encouraging homecoming. The incident, though not repeated, upset many of her plans for the reconstitution of her existence. It added a new dread, for she had counted upon the continuance of the entire indifference with which Thornton had grown to regard her. A sudden outburst like this had not occurred for many months. What guarantee had she that this was not the beginning of a series of spasmodic rekindlings of a fire she had thought dead? For some days anxiety lay heavy on her mind. But human nature is very elastic. If it were not so, God help us all. After a while she recovered and was able to talk calmly to Thornton, who began by treating her with an ironical politeness, and then relapsed into his usual cheerful indifference. Once, while discussing their mutual relations, she broached the subject of separation.
"I won't consent," he replied. "As we can't be lovers, we may as well be friends. You would gain very little by it. Besides, people would talk, and for me that is an important consideration."
"It hardly concerns me," she said, with a touch of cynicism that was new to her. "Still, if you wish it very much, I will remain."
"I do wish it, Clytie," he said in a softened voice. "You can go your way, I will go mine, but we must live together as far as the world sees us."
Clytie yielded with some misgivings, and set herself to work to discover interests in life. The society life of London, in which she was free to play an important part, did not satisfy her. She saw too deep below the surface of things to be guilty of the silly cynicism that finds society hollow, its aims futile, and its morals corrupt. There is earnestness even among cultivated men and women, but society is formal, conventional, and in the external rules of life differs only in degree from durdledom. True, it has a far wider intellectual scope. Contrary to durdledom, it permits the possession of ideas, but it is just as punctilious as to their correct expression. The elaborate ceremonial of society weighed upon Clytie. She preferred a simpler, directer life. There were so many wrappings of convention to be pierced through before she could get to the heart of a thing or a person, and they wearied, irritated her. And now, as Thornton seemed to care very little whether she placed herself in evidence or not, beyond playing the part of hostess in his house, she consulted merely her own desires in her acceptance of invitations. But as the circle from which these mainly proceeded was that into which her husband's reputation, tastes, and political aspirations had led her, she did not find in it the interests which particularly affected her. It was beyond her power either to feel or to simulate an interest in Thornton's ambitions. nor did she feel called upon now to profess the tenets of Thornton's political creed. She was a solitary, unconventional radical, in the midst of the most uncompromising Torydom, which is an unenviable position even for the least rabid politician. The political section, therefore, of her social circle she studiously avoided. The purely fashionable, frivolous element, that goes to Hurlingham and Ascot and makes itself merry over material things, had attracted her the previous year with its graceful Epicureanism. She had still been proud of her husband and his boyish zest in amusement, and she had caught from him the spirit of laughing Babylon. But now it was pain to be with him when he chatted and jested with pretty girls and idle young men. His light-hearted gaiety jarred upon her. She saw that men and women were affected by his charm, and she had half-longings to tell them it was a lie. So she withdrew herself from their midst as much as possible. By this process of elimination, Clytie's circle became conveniently limited. She was sick at heart, and she turned more and more to the friends of her girlhood. Mrs. Farquharson's Sunday evenings became pleasant spots in her barren week. She went there alone, as in the old days. Nothing was changed there. The same faces, the same bright, eager talk, the same welcome. Clytie became her old self, was astonished to find out how many enthusiasms she still retained. She almost forgot that she was married, and had said farewell to theories of life and such vanities. Only at times, when her own art came within the range of a friendly arrow, did she wince and remember with a pang that Clytie Davenant was dead. Redgrave, whom she occasionally met, forbore, with a portrait painter's intuitive delicacy, to question her upon the progress of her art under its new conditions. He divined that his prophecies had been correct, and he was sad, because he had had great hopes of Clytie. In a tentative way he spoke of it to Mrs. Farquharson, who confided to him her own surmises as to the dubious success of the marriage. Then Redgrave brightened, and declared that there was hope yet. "What do you mean?" cried Caroline with a touch of indignation, whereat Redgrave smiled in his serene way. "I mean that hitherto she has tried to look at life through her art. Now she will aim to look at art through her life." "Then her art will be very feeble and miserable." "Clytie's life has never been feeble and miserable," he replied. "I feared it was going to be so, in a special sense, you know. I feared that she would be overpowered by the physical element her husband would bring into her atmosphere, and that she would develop into the fashionable married woman, and thus at the same time suffer in spirituality, and lose her grip upon the subjects that form her artistic range." "I can't see how an unhappy married life can help her," said Caroline. "If such a deterioration is possible, it has taken place already." "Doubtless it has," Redgrave replied earnestly, "but it is not final. If she lives within herself again, she will recover spirituality and grip, both strengthened by experience and suffering. That is the most precious knowledge, Mrs. Farquharson, which we have bought with sorrow." "Then mine must be very worthless," cried Caroline, "and I'm very glad of it. I would rather be ignorant and happy than wise and sad. And I could wish the same for poor Clytie. I can understand the good and beautiful things of this world as well as most people, but I don't believe in art to all that extent. I may be a Philistine, God forbid it, but perhaps I am, and I like to see people happy." "That depends upon what you call happiness," said Redgrave. But Caroline was not to be led into an argument. She had her views and expounded them. "I mean common all-round human happiness," she said, "that makes you laugh to yourself when there's no particular reason for it. And I'd sooner try to have that and never touch a brush than paint the most world-convulsing pictures and be wretched." "But if she painted world-convulsing pictures, as you call them, she would be happy, much happier than under the other conditions." "Oh, no, she wouldn't," she replied, with a conclusive nod. "You are quite wrong, my dear good friend. It is a secondary consideration to a woman whether she convulses the world or not. It might amuse and gratify her to do it en passant, but it is only en passant. Believe me, I don't give my sex away as a general rule, but I make you a present of that. So if you're glad," she added, with triumphant feminine logic, "that Clytie has made an unhappy marriage, I think it is simply detestable of you." So Redgrave, routed, retired in confusion, but he took his own ideas with him. One Sunday evening, early in July, Mrs. Farquharson ran into the room where Clytie, just arrived, was taking off her wraps. "I've been waiting by the window ever so long, waiting for your carriage. You're quite late. I wanted to see you before you came into the drawing-room. Who do you think is here? Guess." Clytie saw at once by Caroline's face. A little thrill of gladness sent the colour to her cheeks, and caused her eyes to sparkle as she paused with one glove half off, and looked quickly at her friend. "Kent?" Caroline nodded, glad at seeing that Clytie was pleased. "I wanted to drop you a line, but how could I on Sunday in this postless town? George only condescended to tell me last night that he was coming. If we had as little sense as men, I wonder how on earth we should get on. He met him out a week ago and persuaded him." "It'll be quite like an old evening, dear," said Clytie. "I shall be so glad to see him." "It is strange you should not have met," said Caroline, and then she added reflectively, "Well, perhaps it isn't." She had her own theories on the subject, and to say a woman has her own theories is to say a good deal. "But I don't see why he should have let us almost lose sight of him," she continued. "What reason does he give?" "Oh, the reason that makes one so helpless, you know. A man you like comes to you and says, 'I've sinned against you without any cause whatever. It was just my own badness and nothing else, and now I am humble and repentant.' And what are you to do but forgive him? He's very penitent now, and vows amendment." Clytie completed her little toilet arrangements and went downstairs with Caroline. On their way, Caroline asked her where Thornton was. "He's at Goodwood, staying with some people there. He went down yesterday for the races." "Wouldn't it have brightened you up to have gone too?" asked Caroline, with deliberate tactlessness, darting a quick feminine side glance. But Clytie broke into a laugh. "Oh, good gracious, no! I didn't even know he was going till yesterday, when Roberts asked me about something he was to do during the master's absence. We're quite old married people now, Caroline, and we each go more or less our own way. Saves a lot of trouble. You see, he knew I wouldn't care for Goodwood and the set he's in with there, the Claverings and such like." "Yes, I think you are better off here," said Caroline. "I know I am," replied Clytie, taking her arm, and then they went into the drawing-room. Clytie's first impulse on entering was to look round for Kent. She met his eyes fixed upon her from the other side of the rather crowded room, and she gave him a little nod of greeting. He rose and joined the knot of people who were surrounding her. Both were self-conscious to the extent of knowing that, as they had once been a familiar couple in that company, it would be inexpedient to allow it to be noticed that their meeting was an event to them. They shook hands with a friendly commonplace, and joined in the general conversation. Redgrave, French, the journalist, Mr. Singleton, Mrs. Tredegar were there, most of the old faces, a few new ones. To see Kent among them was a joy to Clytie. She had never understood why he had broken from her. Now and then the true solution passed through her mind, but she rejected it. It was incongruous with his action. Love begets wants, and it is the nature of man to clamour for them. This was her hasty conclusion, but she had avoided thinking very deeply upon the subject, instinctively deeming it wiser to refrain. He had not changed, she thought, and wondered whether he would notice any change in her. She found herself listening again to him as he talked, in his downright earnest way, quickly noting familiar turns of thought and expression, admiring the thoroughness of his unconventional enthusiasm. The old contented humility of spirit came back to her. How much more real than hers was his life, how much she had learned and could learn from him. And for a short, swift moment the laughter and talk sounded dull in her ears, and all the objects around, all the faces save one, melted away into the blue cigarette smoke, and that one face remained, sitting at a table opposite to her, the lamp between them, and the brows were intent on the sheet over which a quill pen was scratching assiduously, and the surroundings shaped themselves into her old rooms in the King's Road. Then, just as swiftly as it had come, the dream vanished, and Clytie sighed. The talk languished a little. Kent looked somewhat wistfully at her. She leaned forward and beckoned him with a smile and a little upward movement of her chin. "Come down and give me some supper," she said. "I did not eat anything before coming out." "That was foolish of you," he said involuntarily. Then they both laughed. "You are just the same as ever," she said, and they went downstairs. It was a tradition in Harley Street that on Sunday evenings a cold supper should be laid in the dining-room from 8:30 onward, so the guests could go down whenever it so pleased them. To break up the continuity of the evening by a formal gathering around a supper table was opposed to Caroline's notions. Besides, irregularities in meals were one of the features of the house. You need never be in time, and there was always food when you wanted it. To the erratic and unregulated visitor it was paradise. Caroline paid her servants extra wages to ensure satisfaction in this respect. So Clytie's little manoeuvre was quite in accordance with the recognized order of things. They found the dining-room unoccupied. She sat down near the end of the table, while Kent, a little way off, gravely carved some chicken which he brought to her, together with some salad and a jug of claret cup. Then he sat down by her at the corner. "But aren't you going to eat anything yourself?" she asked, laughing. "I'm not hungry." "Oh, that doesn't matter. Do go and get something to keep me in countenance. How can I eat when you are sitting watching me like that, with your elbow on the table?" "I've done it so often before. It seemed natural to sit by you while you had your meal. I was forgetting. You see, my manners have not improved. However—" He rose for the purpose of helping himself to some food, but Clytie stopped him, made him sit down again. "There, it was silly of me," she said. "I did not think of it. Don't be any different from what you used to be. Let us imagine that this evening is one of the old Sunday evenings here. If you only knew how glad I am to see you. What an eternity it has been since we met." 18 months, said Kent laconically. "The longest 18 months I have ever lived." "Why? Don't you think I've missed you?" "So much as that?" "Yes, so much as that." "My poor Kent," said Clytie, troubled. "I wish I could do something for you." "Ah, es ist vorbei," he said, puckering his brows, as he watched the rings he was making in the damask with an inverted wine-glass. Then his forehead suddenly cleared, and he looked up with his frank laugh. "You see, I am just as much of a bear as ever. Instead of telling you what a delight it is to be with you again, I come to you complaining, and I ought to have every reason not to rail at fortune." "You are doing great things, I hear," said Clytie. "Tell me about them." "Oh, they're neither great nor much worth telling. The opus has been translated into German, and part of it will be soon published by the University of Vienna." "That is a feather in your cap." "A big one. I don't think I'm given to running after notoriety and that sort of thing, but it is gratifying to be recognized a little. It encourages one." "Ah, it does," said Clytie, with more meaning than she intended. "So I've been working away at it harder than ever." "I wish I had your enthusiasm," she said, "and your power of work. Do you remember your lectures?" They talked a little about the old days, half sadly, half tenderly. Those memories were very pleasant. Then they came back to the present. "Winnie tells me you are a great man now at the museum. I'm so glad." Kent waved his hand deprecatingly and laughed. "Winifred is quite an heiress," he replied, "for she comes down to earth sometimes and tells me things about you. Yes, I am quite a man of affluence these days. I'm the head of the department. I've got so much money I don't know what to do with it." "I hope you employ some of it in giving yourself proper meals," said Clytie. "Or do you still have your extraordinary suppers?" "Oh, I live just the same," said Kent. "If I began to be respectable in one thing, I should gradually become so in all." "And the rooms are just the same as ever?" "A few more pictures and odds and ends. And I've got a carpet. That's Wither's doing. He came to see me in the winter and caught a cold due to the bare boards, so he said. When he had recovered, he made me go and buy a thick Turkey square. After that I had serious designs of forbidding him the rooms, lest he should turn them into a boudoir altogether." They laughed over this idea. Clytie asked him whether he still kept the tripods before the fireplace, and whether the paraffin oil can in the corner harmonized well with the carpet. It was like a breath of fresh air to meet Kent again. Suddenly he pointed to her plate. "You're not eating anything." "I am not hungry," said Clytie with some demureness. "But if you have not had your evening meal, you'll get faint. What did you come down for, if you merely wanted to pick at a wing of a chicken, and to put hardly any of it into your mouth?" Then Clytie burst out into merry laughter. He was so downright and honest, just the same as ever. "Oh, you foolish Kent! I should have thought even you could have invented that." "Did you really want to see me?" he asked, brightening. "Why, of course. Do you suppose I'm devoid of human attributes?" This brought them nearer than they had been since the time that Kent realized he loved her. To Kent this meeting was enchantment. To see her sitting by him, bright, laughing, her old self, was enough to make him lose sense of the past 18 months of hopeless longing. He thought to himself that it was better she had not learned, since her ignorance gave him this sweet half-hour. "I suppose we must be going upstairs soon," she said, with a little wistful wrinkling of her forehead. "When shall I see you again?" Kent started at the question. It troubled him. He did not know what answer to make. "Within less than another year, I hope," he said. "Oh, yes, Kent, we mustn't be strangers any more. It's not good for us. Would you care about seeing me very often?" "I'm not coming to call upon you," he replied bluntly. The actual words were ungracious, but there was a flash of eager longing in his eyes that lent the words a subtle meaning. And Clytie rose from the table with a little gasp of pain as the truth burst upon her. "Oh, Kent, Kent!" she cried, greatly moved. Their eyes met, and this time there was no mistake. He knew that she had guessed, but with a great effort he evaded the appeal. "No, I can't come to your house to see you," he said huskily. "There you are Mrs. Hammerdike, and I shouldn't know you. Your home is full of interests and associations in which I could only be a stranger and an intruder. To me, you are Clytie, the Clytie whose daily life I used to share, and only as Clytie can I bear to see you." "Would it help you to see me as Clytie?" she asked. "Yes, dearly," he said. "Then you can always come into the studio where I am with Winifred, and I shall always be here on Sunday evenings. Don't you think I wanted to see you too, as Clytie?" "Thank you, he said in a low voice, taking her hand. "Now it is time for us to go upstairs." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 22. Each lay awake that night, thinking. To Clytie, the revelation of Kent's love was dazing. The sense of her own dullness in never having pierced the heart of his mystery was even more confounding. Why should she have divined suddenly the meaning of the light in his eyes on this first meeting after their 18 months of separation, when she had been blind to it before? She only half guessed as yet why he had not told her, but she saw that it must have arisen from a rare, strange delicacy in his nature, differentiating him from all other men that she had known. Her heart went out in pity for him. How he must have suffered, she repeated over and over to herself. And then scenes before them came before her mind and became clear in the light of this revelation. The strange, suppressed interview after her arrival from Durdleham, the last evening he had spent in London before going abroad, when he had lit her fire and she had gone up to bid him farewell. How had her ears been so dull as to not detect the tremor in his voice, when, after kissing her hand, he had said, "You are my very dear lady, whom I will serve to the hour of my death." And then a little hissing snake of a thought formed itself into a reply, and she shrank up together with a slight convulsive shiver, as if something foul had touched her. After that she could not sleep. She got up, lit her candle, and took a book at random from her shelves. It was her well-worn, girlish Globe Shakespeare, one of the books she had surreptitiously procured when the family Bowdler was included in the category of formulas against which she revolted. She took it back to bed with her and commenced reading where it had chanced to open. The first words that met her eye seemed like a voice from the other world. "Such harmony is in immortal souls, but while this muddy vesture of decay doth grossly clothe it in, we cannot hear it." They followed so closely on the track of her own shuddering thought that she could read no more. She blew out her candle and remained awake, staring into the darkness, until the grey dawn filtered through the blinds, and she fell asleep. Nor was Kent more restful. He had battled with his love, and with a strong man's will had brought it under subjection, making it minister to his happiness in spite of torturing longings, instead of allowing it to darken his life. It had awakened him to a sense of the world of beautiful things, giving him a deeper understanding and a wider sympathy than he had had before. For him truly might it be said that to love her was a liberal education. It gave him the key to the knowledge and appreciation of women, drew him from his seclusion into the general society he had formerly avoided. A feminine conclusion which he would once have pooh-poohed as weak and illogical struck him now with its intuitive subtlety and delicacy of point. He learned that what the essentially feminine mind lacks in breadth it gains in fineness, and he was amazed to discover what a sensitive touch upon life is possessed by a cultivated woman. And mingled with this new charm was another of an esoteric kind. No woman he had met had all the fascinations of Clytie, but every woman seemed to possess one of them. He confided this once in a roundabout way to Wither, who laughed and told him he was growing too susceptible and would find himself married one of these days. But Kent shook his head. "I could only find a Clytie among them by marrying the whole sex and making an extract of it," he said with conviction. For not only did the higher qualities of woman's nature manifest themselves to him, but the minor graces of manner and appearance appealed to that side of his aesthetic temperament that had hitherto been under a cloud. It occurred to him then that he had been living with half his faculties. Accordingly, he felt a peculiar satisfaction in his new powers of perception. It had cost him a pang to forego the pleasure of the bright society that Mrs. Farquharson gathered round her. At first he had given up going to Harley Street through fear of meeting Clytie, for he shrank from meeting her under the new conditions. Then, as time passed on, and he accustomed himself to the idea of Clytie as a married woman of fashion, he wished to go, but shyness held him back. It would look strange to resume visiting suddenly after his apparent rudeness and neglect. Probably the Farquharsons would never have seen him again, had not George met him at a learned society meeting and given him a hearty and pressing invitation. But there was a large, though somewhat scattered society, in which, although the rarest of visitors, he had always been welcome. And now he not only mixed assiduously in this, thereby causing many laughing conjectures as to the reason of his social reformation, but he volunteered occasionally to go out with Wither, whose circle of acquaintance, like Sam Weller's knowledge of London, was extensive and peculiar. A revolution was thus effected in Kent's habits, and to a certain extent in his mode of thought. A new zest was given to life in this enlargement of his horizon, and all through his love of Clytie. The awakening of the dormant sex principle had strengthened his nature, extended his humanity in depth and breadth. In spite of a hopeless, passionate love, Kent was still a happy man. And now this spell of her influence was broken, or at least modified. He had seen her, felt the softness of her voice, the kindliness of her eyes, and he had unwittingly betrayed his secret. She knew that he loved her. She pitied him, promised that he should see her frequently on the basis of the old friendship. It was kind and generous, he thought, to step down from the height of her wedded felicity to comfort him with her friendship and sympathy. An unexpected happiness was in store for him. Perhaps, after all, his loyalty and devotion might be of some use to her. But, strong, loyal man as he was, this sudden meeting troubled him. If only he had spoken at once, before the others had come upon the scene, she might have been won to love him. The old torturing regrets came upon him, and he tossed sleeplessly on his bed. The love which, through its very hopelessness, had all these months given him peace and a measure of happiness, now burst forth again tumultuously. It became a miserable farce to lie awake in the darkness. He rose, went into his sitting-room and lit the gas. Then he sat down at his writing space, and burying his face in his hands, remained for some time in great pain of thought. At last his eye fell upon some notepaper lying invitingly on his blotting-pad. An idea struck him. He would write to her. He covered 4 sides with a passionate outburst of his love, writing wildly, unthinkingly, as men must write in moments of overpowering emotion. Then he tore up the sheet and began afresh. The summer morning light was streaming into the room through the curtainless window, mingling oddly with the yellow gas, when Kent enclosed and addressed the first letter to Clytie, in which he told her of his love. He got up, stiff from his long sitting and somewhat exhausted, and, going to bed, slept the sleep of the just until it was his usual hour for rising. The next afternoon, when Clytie returned from a drive, she found the letter awaiting her. She took it up to her room, and there, sitting on the edge of the bed, read it with conflicting feelings. It ran as follows. My dear Clytie, you know my secret. I think so. I saw it in your face. But if I was mistaken, let me tell it to you in so many words, and as I bring to you what is best and truest in me, it will neither dishonour me to tell it, nor you to hear it. And as you in your goodness offer me a resumption of the old friendship, I must say it once and for all. I love you, Clytie, with all the strength of a man who has allowed women to take up very little part in his life. I loved you long before I knew it. It grew up gradually during our intercourse, and only one day, when you were at Durdledom a little chance circumstance revealed to me that you were not only the grand, sweet friend, but the woman that I passionately loved. And I could not tell you, for fear of paining you and destroying our friendship. For what was I to love you? And I dreaded lest you should think me disloyal to the trust between us. And at last I came, resolved to speak, and it was too late. Winifred can tell you. From that time I've carried my love with me as the vivifying principle of my life. I thought you would never know, but now I have betrayed myself. Will it not pain you too much in your present happiness to see me under this new guise? Ah, Clytie, tell me frankly, as you always used to do. I shall never, never willingly trouble the serenity of your life. I love you too sincerely, too devotedly, and my love makes me myself too happy. If you will meet me now and again after this, freely, at the houses of our common friends, you shall only see the old Kent, who now and then scolded you, sometimes helped you, and who always held you dearer and higher and grander than all other women. And yet you must let yourself be loved. That I cannot help. It is fused into my being, and it gives me happiness in my own way. I'm an oddity, you know, Clytie, as you yourself have called me, and oddities have their little privileges, and if you know that it makes my happiness and does not grudge you yours, you will not find it hard to be loved. If you were a woman of ordinary conventional ideas, I could not tell you this. You would misunderstand it. There seems but little I could do for you, and I would do so much. But life is full of strange chances, and perhaps my chance of serving you may come, and would then I could die for you to save you an hour's pain. Yours, in all devotion, Kent. Clytie read the letter over several times. At first the tears came into her eyes, and a lump rose in her throat. This simple, unrequiring love soothed her and smote her at once. The largeness and tenderness of the man's nature came to her almost as a revelation. What was there in her worthy of this sacrifice? How could she tell him, she thought in her broken pride, that she had failed miserably, wretchedly, that she had forsaken the higher for the lower, that this selfless love of his was as far above the sudden intoxication that had degraded her as the spirit is above the flesh. She had thrown away the best, like the shepherd in the German legend, who in the sensuous heart-leap at the sight of the glittering treasure disregarded the voice, "Forget not the best," and dropped and trampled underfoot the little blue flower that opened the enchanted hillside. How could she tell him that? Then, too, the note of unconscious irony in his letter jarred through her painfully. Her present happiness. "Oh, my God!" she cried at last. "If you only knew how much need I have of happiness!" And then the strength that had kept the tears back for all these latter months of weariness and disillusion suddenly forsook her, and, turning as she sat, she threw herself on the bed in a great agony of sobbing. A little later she wrote Kent the following reply. "My dear friend Kent, I am not worthy of such devotion. I can only wonder at it and accept it humbly and gratefully. Words like these of yours I never could misunderstand, Kent. If it is a pleasure for you to see me, you need not shun me any more. Clytie." Kent went into the studio on Monday to tell Winifred of the meeting. On Tuesday, with a vague hope of seeing Clytie. On Wednesday, when Winifred herself expected her, but she did not come. On Thursday, however, he heard her voice from outside the studio door, and his heart gave a great throb. He entered and found himself once more in her presence. Neither spoke of the letter that had passed between them, but the faintest pressure of the hand and a glance from her eyes told him that she understood. After that they met frequently, on Sunday evenings at the Farquharsons, during the week in the studio, where for some months Clytie had taken to coming very frequently for the comfort of seeing Winifred. Clytie maintained her usual habits. Kent, as far as was possible, resumed his old ones. Sometimes it was strangely like the old days, with a little longing perhaps to add to the illusion, and also to give herself some employment while Winifred worked. Clytie began a picture, choosing in a humorous tenderness to take Winnie as her model. The picture never was completed, for Clytie had not the temperament to do justice to the slender figure in its quiet summer dress, and to the soft dark face bent so earnestly over the palette and sheaf of brushes. But while the painting of it lasted, it gave a comfortable air of reality to the revival. It was new life to Kent to come in on his return, and once more receive Clytie's friendly nod as she stood by the easel, a painting apron over her dainty dress, and her hands smudged with charcoal or daubs of paint. He did not think much of the portrait, and he told her so with laughing frankness. But he divined why she was doing it, and while criticizing, encouraged her to proceed. His arrival, however, as it always had been, was a signal for the cessation of work. Then Winifred cleaned the brushes and put them in the trays, and gathered up the tubes and rags, which Clytie, with a less sense of tidiness, had strewed around her. And Clytie drew out the basket table and rang the bell for Mrs. Gherkins to bring up the tea. Clytie had left behind her all her small domestic articles for Winnie's use in the studio. So there was the familiar tea service, the Crown Derby cups and apostle spoons, a piece of wicked extravagance on Clytie's part in times gone by, the grey Japanese teapot whose wicker handle had still to be delicately fingered, and the little glass sugar bowl that looked so plebeian beside the aristocratic porcelain. Scarcely anything in the studio had been changed. The charcoal caricatures on the walls were as sacred in Winifred's eyes as if they had been frescoes by old Italian masters, and she had issued strict injunctions to spring cleaners to leave them intact. Even Clytie's easel was there now. Kent lived for these afternoons. One day Kent was going to dine with Wither and Fairfax. As his road to a certain point was the same as Clytie's, they walked along together. This was almost the first occasion on which they were quite alone together. He reminded her casually of the fact. "Yes," she replied, "and I've been wanting to see you by yourself. I have not thanked you for your letter. But you do see that I appreciate it, don't you?" "There is nothing to thank me for, since I pleased myself in writing it. The thanks are from me to you for treating it as you have done." "Oh, no," said Clytie, shaking her head and looking before her. "You can't understand, and perhaps it is better you shouldn't, what a letter like that means to a woman. Well, it means a great deal to me. To tell you so is the only return I can make you." "Don't let us talk of it," said Kent. "I could not bear to have you as a friend under false pretences." After they had walked a few steps in silence, she continued the subject. "Don't you think it would be better for you to forget all about me and look around for someone who can make you happy, really happy?" "I'd have to live till the day of judgment to find her," said Kent bluntly. "That's ridiculous, Kent. But can't you feel that it sometimes pains me to see you sacrificing your life for me?" "I am not sacrificing my life," he answered cheerfully. "Besides, I don't quite see what it has got to do with you, in one sense. I love you, and I couldn't love anybody else for all the joys in creation. Thank God you are broad-minded enough to let me tell you this without any chance of misconstruction." "Ah, that's all very well," she said with a little sigh. "If I were a saint I might placidly accept it as my due. Being only a woman, and that none of the best, it seems such a waste of good love, Kent. And love is a rare, rare thing in this world." "But it would go a-begging if you did not have it," he replied, laughing. "Come, don't let us say anything more about it. You're happy with your own home and interests, and I'm happy seeing you and having your friendship. Of course, I have suffered a bit, but it's all over now." "Ah," she said, "life seems to be made up of that." "Of what?" "Suffering." He waved an energetic protest with his ash-stick. "Since when have you grown a pessimist? I don't believe in it. Life is made up of responsibilities and interests. There's suffering in it, of course, but there are alleviations. It's like cold and frost. If you stood up without a rag on in the snow, you'd think the world was made of nothing else but frost. But you put on warm clothing and defy it." "But the poor, ill-clad, shivering wretches, what about them?" "I'm talking of people with average material wealth," he replied. "That's just it. So can the people of ordinary moral wealth clothe themselves against suffering? I don't like the morbid view of things. It doesn't do any good. Do you remember a passage in Longfellow's Hyperion? A criticism of two German poets. A melancholy gentleman to whom life was only a dismal swamp, upon whose margin they walked with cambric handkerchiefs, in their hands sobbing and sighing, and making signals to death to come and ferry them over the lake. It's a bit fierce on you pessimists, but it's a wholesome little passage to remember." A little while after, they parted. Kent walked on, swinging his stick, convinced of Clytie's happiness, yet wondering at her unusual note of pessimism. And Clytie called a cab, as she was late, and drove home with a world of strange and troubling thoughts. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 23. On the 1st of August, Clytie received a visit from the boy Jack, who had just come to London for his summer holiday. He had grown greatly during the past year, had filled out. The taint of the street had gone from him, and he was becoming civilized. Clytie leaned back in her chair and looked at him curiously as he sat, in all the self-consciousness of a newly awakened sense of propriety, upon the edge of his seat, twirling his Glengarry cap. As an artistic object he had deteriorated. The motive of his worth in that respect had gone with the picturesqueness of his old garments and dirt and wild elf locks. But he was handsome, in spite of his cropped brown hair and the severity of his attire. Indeed, there was something incongruous in the corduroy uniform and the refinement of his face, with its bright dark eyes and finely cut lips that disclosed a perfect row of white, even teeth. And yet there was cruelty around the mouth, the sublimated essence of the fierce savagery that Clytie had impressed upon her famous picture. He had been transformed from the animal into the human being, it is true, but that does not necessarily imply that the human being does not retain many of the passions of the animal. With the old Jack, the untamable was degradingly confused with lowness, but it shone out all the clearer now by reason of the humanizing of his face. Clytie noted all this as they talked together. "You're getting quite a man," she said. "When are you leaving school?" "Mr. Kent says I'm to stay there another year," replied Jack. "Then I'm to be apprenticed." "To a joiner?" "Suppose so," said Jack. And after he had scraped a little with his toe on the ground, he looked up and added, "Do you think I'd even be a joiner if I didn't want to?" "I don't see why you shouldn't be what you like, Jack." "Really?" And his face brightened. "I've been thinking I should like to be something else." "What is that?" "A carver and gilder," said Jack bashfully. "Where do the especial charms of that trade come in?" asked Clytie, laughing. "I don't know," said Jack. "I only thought of it." There was a touch of pique in his voice. Clytie noticed it, saw that she wounded susceptibilities. "Tell me, Jack, why you want to be a carver and gilder." "I can make all the picture frames for you and Miss Marchpane," he replied. "Thank you, Jack," said Clytie, touched at the boyish idea. "But perhaps we'll make you something better than a carver or gilder. I don't know what you could be. What could we make of you?" A vague idea of raising Jack above the artisan level had occurred to her during her scrutiny of his face. He was not an ordinary creature. That he should spend his life in the dull, commonplace atmosphere of the British workman seemed a waste of possibilities. There are millions who possess just the qualification for hewers of wood and drawers of water. Why should a finer organisation not be cultivated, trained, put into an environment where there were conditions for free development? But whether the boy was a potential admiral, Lord Chancellor, or novelist, she could not determine. That was why she asked the question, "What could we make of you?" somewhat pathetically. Jack shook his head in reply. He had learned at school that life was a serious thing, terminating in apprenticeship. "I've got to learn a trade," he replied after a little, "and I'd sooner be a carver and gilder than anything else." "But suppose a good fairy were to come, Jack," persisted Clytie, "and say that you were not to learn a trade, or that, if you did begin, you would work your way out of it and become a great man and do glorious things in the world. Suppose you were able to choose to be anything you liked. What do you think you would be? Tell me, something great and bright and noble." She had grown animated with her enthusiasm and leaned forward with her chin raised and lips parted, her attitude in moments of exultation. The boy looked at her for a few seconds, catching her spirit. Something was at work within him, too, for his eyes glowed and his breath came quickly. "There is something, Jack. Tell me what it is." "I'd like to be a soldier like my father," he said in a low voice, the extravagant, glowing fancies that had haunted him for 6 months thus finding half-choked expression. "Your father?" asked Clytie, taken aback, and diverging into the side-track of her astonishment. "I never knew you had... I thought you did not know anything at all about him." "You used not to tell me the truth then, Jack." "Oh, but I did not know then," he cried eagerly. "It's only when I come here at Christmas and you was ill, so I couldn't tell you. He was a soldier, my father, an officer. I should like to be an officer too." "Really, Jack, that is very interesting," said Clytie. "Aren't you pleased to have a father you can be proud of? Was he a very brave man?" "He had a sword," said Jack proudly, as if that was proof positive of valour. "Come and sit down in your old place on the hearthrug and tell me all about him." The boy did as he was bidden, sinking somewhat shyly at first onto the great bearskin at Clytie's feet. But after a while he huddled himself up in his old posture. "Mother didn't tell me much," he said in answer to a question of Clytie's. "I was looking in a chest of drawers of Mother's, and I see a photograph, an officer, all over strings and buttons and a sword and great big moustaches. And I come to Mother and says, 'Who's this?' And she says, 'That's your father.' And then she snatched it out of my hand and hit me a clout on the head for going to her drawer. She wouldn't tell me no more. But I know he was an officer because he got a star on his collar. I think I knows officers when I sees them," he added, with the ci devant street urchin's knowledge of life. "And I go and look at him now when Mother isn't by." "But you shouldn't go to your mother's private drawers," said Clytie by way of moral precept. "I've got as much right to look at my father as she has," replied Jack in an injured tone, whereat Clytie laughed a little. "You are an odd youth. I wish I could make you an officer right away, but I'm afraid I can't." "I believe you could," said Jack. There was a world of childish faith in the remark and the manner in which it was delivered. Clytie was both touched and saddened. She regretted that she had raised hopes in the boy that from the nature of things were doomed to disappointment. The overpowering difficulties in the way of her sudden visionary aspirations for Jack's future ranged themselves before her mind. So it was with a sigh she answered his outburst of faith. "I'm afraid I can't, Jack," she repeated. "But you yourself can do a great deal. If you like, one of these days when you are much older, you can enlist in the army, and then throw your soul into your duties and keep before you at every minute of the day the words, 'I'm going to be an officer.' And if you do this intensely and never lose sight of it, you will succeed. That's the only way. They call it getting a commission through the ranks. But between now and then there are a great many years, and I'll do all I can for you, Jack. Yet perhaps after all you'd be a happier and more useful man as a carver and gilder. Who knows?" Jack did not heed the pessimism of the peroration. His mind was aflame with the possibilities of becoming an officer, and he took his leave in high spirits. Clytie sat for a little, musing over the solution of the problem that had troubled her in the first days of her acquaintance with Jack. She was gratified at her intuitions having proved correct, but there was still much that was dark to her. The physiological side of the question, however, was shadowed at present by more practical considerations. Why could she not find a means of giving Jack a chance in life? She looked ahead at the years to come, as she often had done since that dark December morning, and a pain came at her heart as she beheld their blankness. And now fate had thrown across her path this drifting spar of humanity. Jack was hers if she chose to claim him. No one would dispute with her the privilege. After luncheon she walked to the King's Road and sat with Winifred, in the hope that Kent would look in on his way upstairs. She wanted to take counsel with him. His sturdy common sense would help her. She did not confide her vague scheme to Winifred, because Winifred would have called her a darling and put her arms round her neck and made her feel as if she were meditating something peculiarly noble. So she waited for Kent's sobering presence. He came in at his customary hour, bearing a paper bag of peaches which he had brought for Winifred. He carried them from some distance through the streets, and there were little wet stains on the paper. But when the fruit was put on a plate beside the bread and butter on a flap of the wickerwork afternoon tea-table, it looked fresh and inviting. This sudden return of their old intimacy was delightful to all three of them, and they chatted during tea as if nothing had happened to break it. Then Clytie propounded her case, and they formed themselves into a committee to consider it. "I don't like social experiments," said Kent. "It's constituting oneself a providence without Providence's resources. If one bit of the machinery fails, the whole thing is apt to go wrong." "But I don't want to experiment," cried Clytie. "It's quite wicked of you to say so." "How can it be otherwise?" asked Kent. "You want to put an industrial schoolboy of the most unconventional type and upbringing into the most caste-bound conventional profession under the sun. It's like putting a bit of metallic sodium into water. A pretty experiment, though rather common, but the result is an explosion." "But he must be trained and made a gentleman first," cried Winifred, coming to Clytie's assistance. "Of course," said Clytie. "Should he ever be able to get into the army, he will be by that time quite a different being to what he is now." "Then you'll have to give him a rigid conventional training, and so spoil him," said Kent. "It wouldn't spoil him to learn to speak the King's English and to the use of his knife and fork," cried Clytie, a little defiantly. "He'll have to learn more than that. Besides, how is he to be taught?" "That's what I've come to you for advice about." Kent mused for a moment and stroked his beard. "Are you very much bent upon this?" he asked. "Yes." "Then I can only see one way." "Well, and that?" "Adopt him," said Kent. "An industrial schoolboy can be run by a committee. The experiment is not very dangerous, but a conventional gentleman must have conventional references." His first words struck the chord she had shrunk from striking herself. It was the formulated suggestion of a vague desire. She was silent for a little. Then Winifred, in response to a business summons, went out onto the landing, and Kent and Clytie were left alone. "I'm afraid I've been too downright and have hurt you," he said concernedly. She shook her head and glanced at him smilingly. "I came to you for common sense. You've given it to me, and your conclusion is one that I dared not come to myself." "That you should adopt him, a reductio ad absurdum?" "Yes, I feel it. I'm not my own mistress now. There are difficulties. Oh, Kent, don't let's talk of them. You see, I came to you for help, to no one else." "I don't quite understand you, Clytie," said Kent, anxious at her sudden agitation. She recovered herself, womanlike, and forced a laugh. "If I were a rich, lonely old woman, I might be able," she said. "But you see I'm not. No, I can't adopt Jack, and we'll have to run him by a committee, whatever happens to him." "Well, what have you decided?" asked Winifred, coming into the room. "That it would be fairer to Jack to let him work out his own salvation," said Kent. "Let him work his way through the ranks. If there is anything in him, it will come out. You don't think me unkind, do you, Clytie?" Whereat Clytie laughed honestly, and Kent received much consolation. They talked a little longer on indifferent subjects, and then at Winifred's hour of departure they all rose together. Winifred went to the back of the studio and put on her hat. Clytie and Kent moved slowly in the direction of the door. Kent sighed a little. "I only seem to have seen you for 5 minutes," he said, "and I've told you nothing, but given you commonplace advice." "Had you so much to tell me?" she asked, smiling, as his unformulated wish echoed within herself. "There is no reason for us to go away because Winifred does. Would you really like to stay a little and talk to me?" Before Kent spoke, Clytie had not the faintest thought of doing this. But in a flash came before her the long evening she was to spend in the great lonely house. Thornton rarely came home for dinner. He even dressed at his club. Often he slept there. On such occasions the first notice Clytie received of his absence was from the inscrutable butler, who would come into the studio in the morning with, "The commissionaire for master's letters, ma'am." Occasionally 3 days passed without their meeting. When they did pass an hour in each other's company, sometimes there was calm and sometimes storm. It depended upon his mood. As a general rule he was polite, even bright and entertaining, and life with him under these conditions was just bearable. But now the thought came with sudden bitterness. What did it matter whether she was at home by 7 or 8 or 12 for that matter? Why should she not have a cheery hour with Kent? His face brightened as she made her smiling offer to stay. "It's too good of you. Of course I should like to have a talk with you, but can you?" "Oh, yes," she interrupted lightly. "I'm not due home at any hour. I want to chat with you myself. Winnie, dear, we're going to remain here a little. Give me the key and I'll hand it to Mrs. Gherkins as I go down. I haven't asked you, but I suppose we can." "Why, of course, darling," said Winnie, coming up and giving her a farewell kiss. "I hate to think the studio isn't yours." So Winifred went away, and they remained as in the old days. The sudden association gave Clytie a pang. A reaction from her enthusiasm about Jack to weariness of spirit made her sink back listlessly in her chair. "What is the matter?" asked Kent, filling his pipe. "You're not looking yourself. It is this steaming London. Why don't you go and get some country air?" "Oh, one place is just the same as another. It isn't London, and it isn't the weather. It is the world that is out of joint somehow. I'm afraid I've been moping. I think I shall invest in a cat. Then I can pour out my grievances to it. That's the best of a cat. It never mopes. Goes on purring cheerfully so long as it's warm and well fed. And when you feel paradoxical, it never worries you to explain yourself. Do you like cats? I forget." "What are you moping about?" he asked between the first few puffs of his kindling pipe. "Oh, don't talk in that aggressively cheerful tone, Kent. I've come on all over moods, and I want comforting." "You should work," replied Kent with some self-restraint. "You've hardly touched a brush in earnest this year. It is the claims of that part of your nature that cry out if they are not satisfied. Why don't you go on painting? What has the fact of your not having to make your living got to do with your art?" "Everything, in a way," she murmured. "I can't believe it," said Kent earnestly. "You're not the woman to neglect your art out of pure idleness. Come, Clytie, rouse yourself and paint a great picture. The Faustina, what became of that?" "Oh, don't, she cried, putting her hands up before her face. "I can't do that now, can't think of it. Years hence, perhaps, when I'm a middle-aged woman, if I find it good enough to live till then, I may try. But not now." Kent laid down his pipe and drew his chair near to her. He was pained and troubled. He saw that her nerves were a little unstrung. But the Clytie he knew was the last woman in the world to give way to attacks of this kind. And then a dreary conjecture dawned upon him, and his heart sank. "My poor Clytie," he said in his kind way, "you seem unhappy. I wish I could do something to help you." "Ah, it's too late now," she said impulsively, scarcely heeding the purport of her words. "You might have done it 18 months ago, if you'd not been quixotic." "What do you mean?" he asked, more and more troubled than at fault. 18 months ago? How could I have helped you? I loved you and hid it from you. I could only have caused you pain. I love you now. I don't hide it. Why should I? I'm ready to help you if I can. I'm stronger, wiser now than I was then. How could I have helped you then?" The simplicity of his short, reiterative sentences and the sincerity of his tone went to her heart. "You could have helped me then by not hiding it." I don't understand, he said. How could the knowledge that I loved you have helped you, unless you cared for me? Perhaps I might have cared for you, she said wearily. Oh, God, Clytie, don't say that. It's cruel, he cried, starting to his feet in great agitation. I know I acted like a fool, but it was with true motives. Don't twit me with them. It is more than I can bear. Only then did Clytie clearly realize what she had been saying. The fit of supreme dejection passed off as suddenly as it had come, and she felt keenly the justice of his words. Oh, Kent, forgive me, she cried with starting tears. I hardly knew what I was saying. You are so noble and true-hearted that you must forgive me. Sometimes when a woman is wretched, she has not control over herself, and I am sometimes very, very wretched, Kent. I was thinking of myself more than of you when I said the thing that pained you. Tell me that you forgive me. The appeal was too human, too unreserved to be rejected by Kent's tender nature. He sat down again by her and took her hand and kissed it gently. I've never seen you like this before, he said. I wish I could comfort you. He knew that it was no passing irritation or weariness that forced the confession from Clytie's proud nature. It was something deep and final, something impossible in her married life. Her wretchedness made him forget his own longing in the desire to be of use to her and lighten her lot. He let go her hand, which she allowed to lie on her lap as it fell, with the palms lightly upwards. I don't know why I've told you this today, she said, not meeting his eyes. I've never breathed it or hinted it to a living being, and it came upon me unawares. Don't despise me, Kent. Clytie. Oh, yes, I know what an outsider would say. I was posing as the femme incomprise. I was casting away my womanly pride. Of all persons in the world, you ought not to have been my confidant. Judged by conventional canons, I am to be despised. For what can the world say of a woman who tells a man that still loves her that she regrets she did not marry him? Oh, don't interrupt me. I may as well speak out my true self once and for all to you. You yourself once remarked that if we were superior to conventionalities of habit, we ought to extend our unconventionalities to sentiment. You are loyal and staunch. You can help me by being my friend, for I have no one else to turn to. My life is a dreary mistake. My art does not satisfy me, because I have no hopes. One must have enthusiasms to be an artist, and all mine are dead. Now you know. There was a certain fierce pleasure in this self-abasement. It was like the vengeance of her higher nature upon her lower, the whip of scorn applied by the spirit to the flesh. He did not answer, but looked at her with inexpressible sadness in his eyes. She added a few more words. If you despise me for telling you, let me know at once. It would be better. God forbid, he said in a low voice. I shall never apply to you the conventional canons of misjudgment. I take what you have said to me as a sacred trust, and thank you from my heart for thinking well enough of me to give me your confidence. You must never ask me such a question again, Clytie, for it would wound me. I believe you, Kent, she said, raising her eyes to his in her frank manner, and I was wrong to say you might have helped me, for you can now. And you will? With my last breath, said Kent simply. It has been the torturing regret of the last 18 months that, much as I wished, I could never do a hand's turn for you. But what can I do for you in repayment, my poor Kent? Be your own bright, eager self again. Throw yourself into your painting, and the result I will take as my reward. It will be my influence gleaming through your genius, and it will be sweet to me. Oh, Clytie, you are wrong. A life is seldom so wrecked that it cannot be reconstructed, for that implies the utter loss of faith. A grain of faith in anything can move mountains. If one hasn't it, then it is time to put an end to life altogether. It becomes one's duty not to live. I came within an ace of that at the beginning of the year, said Clytie, with a sad retrospective smile. Some time I may tell you why. I thought of dying, but then it seemed cowardly. Perhaps it was I had more curiosity to go on seeing how the world went on than I was aware of. And now, Kent, You put things in a new light before me, and how can I thank you for all your goodness?" "I have told you," he replied, with a smile. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 24. The next morning, after writing her letters and attending to her household duties, Clytie went into her studio with the praiseworthy intention of stimulating the artistic impulse that had been flagging for so long. Kent was right, she thought. Her life could be reconstructed. She would begin her laborious art life again, resume it seriously as a profession, put her pictures into the market once more. Amid the many confusing thoughts and emotions resulting from her conversation with Kent, one idea had sprung in connection with Jack. She could not adopt the boy. That was a wild feminine craving, somewhat selfish, springing out of a bitter hour when fairer hopes were crushed. It cost her a sigh to resign, but she trusted to Kent's judgment, and her mind was so far at rest. Yet if it could lie in her power to help Jack materially in after years, when a little capital would be worth all the world to him, she felt that she would have wrought some good for one human creature at least in her somewhat self-centred life. And then Kent's advice as to her art mingled and combined with these thoughts, and the outcome was the sudden idea that the proceeds of the sale of her pictures would, in course of time, form a very considerable fund. She clapped her hands with delight when this occurred to her. A mountain of weariness seemed removed. In the spontaneity of new workings she scribbled a hasty line to Kent and had it posted with the address scarcely dry. "I'm going to paint seriously and sell my pictures and devote the proceeds to a fund for Jack. Shall I?" She was in bright spirits this morning, having discovered an object in life. The future has generally much more to do with our present moods than the past. Yet, notwithstanding this broad truth, the immediate past had a certain influence on Clytie's humour. While she was driving home the afternoon before, the gravity of the fact of her confession to Kent had somewhat weighed upon her. She had spent the lonely evening grappling with a truth that had been taking half-reluctant shape in her consciousness for the last 2 months, and now rose clear and sharply defined. She had even written to Kent the following portion of a letter, which she straightway tore up into the finest of pieces. In fact, her intention of sending it to him was from the first of the very remotest. "My dear Kent," ran this singularly feminine effusion, "my words today were true. If you'd told me you loved me 18 months ago, I should have realized myself and what it was that I felt towards you. The knowledge of her own heart does not come to a woman with the easy grace that your sentimentalists make out. It is somewhat of a fierce process, Kent. There is no royal road to it. Well, I know my own heart now, and I have bought the knowledge with agonies of suffering. Oh, Kent, my true, loyal Kent, I'm tired of hiding facts from myself, of acting in a wilful dream, in defiance of the promptings of my reason. I am a woman, and I ought not to confess things to myself, let alone to you. So people say, and people are so wise, aren't they? I love you, Kent. There, I write it down in black and white. It looks odd, grotesque, horrible, and yet wonderfully comforting. I love you, Kent. Why should I deceive myself any longer? God knows whether it is for my happiness in the future or my misery. But now that the beauty of it is upon me, it makes me wonderfully happy. Yes, wonderfully, wonderfully, wonderfully happy." And then she threw down her pen and shredded the paper with frenzied zeal. But her heart was lighter. The world seemed a clearer, pleasanter place. Her cheeks burned like fire at the thought of Kent's ever knowing of this feeling. She arranged in her mind the tenderest and most elusive relations between Kent and herself. He, a declared lover, should give her all the comfort and kind counsel of a friend. She, his declared friend, would find delicate, subtle ways of colouring and softening his life with her love. A new paradise of exquisite emotion opened its evanescent portals. For the first time in her life came the romance of delicate sentiment, tinged with an innocent pink like the buds in spring. It is true that these same buds, to continue the analogy, burst into gorgeous, riotous bloom under the summer sun, but while the tenderer air of spring keeps them closed, they have a grace peculiarly their own. Clytie moved about the studio singing, a sign with her of great content. The window was open and the morning sun streamed in, filling the large and somewhat heavily tapestried room with gay light. It glorified Clytie as she passed across the patch of sunlight, falling upon her hair in 1,000 scintillations and revealing the deep sea blue of her eyes. She wore a soft cream morning gown, a golden tasselled girdle round her waist, an edging of old lace round the somewhat open neck. The wide drooping sleeves she had caught up a little for convenience in working, and her arms were bare to the elbow. The skirt clung around her as she walked quickly about the room, with her old elastic tread, making a soft frou-frou that pleased her. She did not know why. She was happy again, filled with a double sense of the meaning of life. At last she sat down before a small easel, on which was put the board with its fair sheet of Whatman paper ready for the first sketch. In her rapid, eager way she commenced to indicate the motive of the picture that had flashed like an inspiration upon her. In the middle distance on the left, a pair of lovers, the woman looking with upturned face at the man, whose arm was round her waist. In the foreground, peeping at them from behind a clump of bushes, a girl of about 17, with a letter in her hand. The contrast between the two female faces was the motive, the fulfilment of knowledge on the one, the dawning revelation on the other. The title had come with the conception, Maiden and Woman. Clytie worked on steadily with her ébauche, keen, sure of herself, tingling once again with the excitement of inspiration. She knew she could put that in their faces which would raise the picture above the narrative prettiness of Sant and his school. The accessories were to be severe to austerity, no elaborate detail in tree painting, no subtle effects of light and shade, the principle of abstraction to be as uncompromisingly carried out as in one of Seymour Haydn's etchings. The whole artistic force of the picture was to be concentrated in the awakened and awakening souls. She was absorbed in her work when, after a tap at the door, Jack came in. Clytie looked up with a smile. "You here again, Jack? That is good of you. But I can't say a word to you, positively. I'm so busy. Sit down somewhere until I have finished." The boy, used to these fits of absorption in his two artist patronesses, sat down for a little and let his eyes wander round the studio, looking at the pictures and knick-knacks. Then he got up to make a closer examination of vases and photographs, and walked about on tiptoe, trying to still the noise of his iron-shod boots against the hard polished floor. At last he discovered on the bookshelves an illustrated history of England, with which he retired to his favourite place on the hearthrug. And so they remained for half an hour without saying a word, Clytie bending over her study, Jack curled up with his picture-book. It was quite still. A stray bumblebee looked in now and then at the window, buzzing querulously, as if he had lost his way in London, and then darted off again. From the servants' hall came the just perceptible voice of one of the maids singing a hymn tune, and from far, far away came the tinkling treble of a piano organ. And these few sounds, so faint yet so clear, accentuated the summer stillness. When Clytie had put the last few touches on the portion of her work that demanded all her concentration, she gave a little sigh of relief. "What do you think of that, Jack?" she said, leaning back with her head critically aslant. "Don't you think that is going to make a famous picture?" Jack jumped up promptly, leaving his book open on the hearthrug, and came up to her side. He was not a connoisseur, in spite of his associations with art, so he said nothing, but grinned appreciatively, rubbing the calf of one leg with the instep of the other. "Well," asked Clytie, "why don't you admire?" "You ain't given them no faces," said Jack. "Aha, that is to be one face," she said, pointing to a kind of remark at the foot of the sheet, "or something like it. Now just use your imagination, Jack. This face is to go there, the woman whose whole nature has been awakened and is shining out of her eyes and quivering on her lips and is vibrating all through her flame. All of which is Greek and Chaldee to you, my good Jack. But I may as well explain. And now I've got to fix a face for this one. What kind of face do you think I am going to give her?" "I don't know," murmured Jack, and then after a slight pause, "And what's the man going to be like?" "Ah," said Clytie with a mock sigh, What a little Philistine you are. The man can be any kind of creature on 2 legs. What does it matter about the man? He's a nuisance. I've a good mind to make him awfully ugly with a face like a rhinoceros. See, like this." She made a few rapid strokes with her charcoal in the oval left for the man's face, and the result was a picturesque monster with a long nose, Mephistophelian eyebrows, and a moustache curling up to his ears. Then they both burst out laughing. "Let me draw some funny men for you," she said, in the light-hearted buoyancy of her mood. "Run and get me that sheet of paper over there." She pinned the sheet that Jack brought her onto the board and began to draw caricatures. "You should choose one for me to put in the picture, Jack." It was a long, long time since she had indulged this freakish side of her genius. It ran riot now in grotesque exuberance. Here a head with wide, leering mouth and pointed ears, like the devil that looks over at Lincoln. There a snouted monster with cat's whiskers, an eyeglass, and a silk hat. A lean, cadaverous, equine face with a terrible squint. A masher, indicated by 3 or 4 little dots and lines. Jack looked on in rapture. She had never drawn pictures for him before. He broke out now and then into breathless exclamations. "Lord, he's an ugly one. Give him a longer nose, longer than that. And my eye, that's a wart upon it. One of the teachers at school has a wart on his nose. That's just like him. And where's this one's head? He's all body and legs." And then he jumped and clapped his hands when the head was seen to emerge from between the knees after the fashion of the boneless wonders. When she filled up the last space on the sheet, she tossed the charcoal into the tray and rose from her seat. "There, Jack, there's nothing like going absolutely mad on occasions. Now, if you'd like to keep these pictures and show them to the boys at school, you can." She rolled up the stiff piece of drawing paper, slipped an elastic band round it in her hasty way, and gave it to Jack, who could only look his delighted thanks. "Now I must go and wash my hands and get decent for lunch. Go downstairs and tell Mrs. Porkins to give you something to eat. Stay, you had better leave that roll up here. Come in for it before you go." She took it from him and laid it on a little table near the door. She did not desire that the inquisitive eyes in the servants' hall should witness the mistress's frivolity. Jack understood her, more or less, but Mrs. Porkins and Mary and John would have questioned her sanity. Jack lingered for a moment on the threshold, and then drew shyly from his handkerchief pocket a dingy, whitey-brown packet. "I came to show you this," he said, putting it into her hand. "I prigged it from Mother's drawer this morning. You'll give it back to me, won't you?" "I have a good mind not to," said Clytie severely. "If your mother knew, she would be very angry, and you would catch it. Still, as you've been a good boy, I'll look at it and give it to you back. Run away now." Jack did as he was bid, and Clytie, after a few turns about the room, putting things more or less straight, unfolded the dirty wrapper of Jack's packet, with an amused curiosity as to the features of Jack's father. But in another second all her curiosity, amusement, idle interest were fled, and her whole emotive force concentrated into a short, irrepressible gasp of astonishment. It was a photograph of Thornton, her husband. There was no mistaking it. She had the photo to it in her album. One day, long ago, she had seen it among his odds and ends, and had begged for it, loving it for all that it was so many years old, taken when he was still in the army. He looked so stalwart, soldierly, magnificent in his uniform. It was perhaps the likeness of him that she had cherished most, only too familiar. For a moment she could hardly understand. The shock was so sudden and unexpected. Then with a quick reaction she realized what it meant. Thornton was Jack's father. Mrs. Burmester was his mother. With a shudder of disgust she threw the photograph on the table. The riddle of Jack's parentage was solved in a way she had not looked for. The mystery that had lain hidden in strange, unknown depths of passion was now clear to her in all its unlovely nakedness. Her soul sickened at the truth. She had not come to her husband with the helpless ignorance of a young girl. The knowledge of good and evil, to employ the somewhat meaningless euphemism, had come to her through her intelligence by means of books, through her contact with real life. She had grasped the fact of the existence of the Lulu Mendes type with whom love is a trade. That a man should have had a liaison with such a woman she could have understood. In fact, She never at any one moment had fancied that Thornton had brought to her the pure ardour of a virgin soul. To have been revolted at the discovery of a mere antenuptial infidelity on the part of her husband would have been to her impossible. It was not noble, it's true, but it was intelligible. There was, certainly for a lower nature, a charm, witchery, fascination in the fleshly beauty of the courtesan. She had heard of many men falling victims to it, and sinking very little into degradation. If Jack's mother had been such a woman, she would have felt little more than the shock of coincidence, a sense of strangeness in her relations with the boy. But Jack's mother was not of this type. She never had charm, witchery, or fascination. She never even passable good looks. A poor, stolid, dull, animal drudge. The truth had come upon Clytie, the truth that had touched her now and then with its bat wings, making her shiver. The horrible, soul-nauseating truth of the eternal beast in man. She knew Thornton now as he was, and her indifference passed into loathing. In Thornton's feelings, what difference had there been between this boy's mother and herself? She walked swiftly up and down the studio with clenched white hands, her shoulders rising now and then in an involuntary heave of disgust. The glory had gone out of the day. A foul shadow overspread it. Suddenly Thornton himself appeared with eager face, a telegram in his hand. He had just come in from riding in the park, and according to the modern fashion out of the season, was dressed in tweed suit and gaiters. He carried a silver-headed riding-whip jauntily under his arm. He waved the telegram exultingly. "They've asked me to put up for Witherby," he said. "I'll have some lunch on the strength of it. I suppose there's some going." "I believe lunch is at the usual hour," said Clytie, not looking at him. He lingered a little, flicking his legs with his whip. "You might as well congratulate me, if only for the sake of politeness," he said in an injured tone. "Oh, yes, I congratulate you," she replied. Her voice sounded strange in her own ears. She felt an almost irresistible impulse to burst forth into a torrent of speech, to say out finally all the bitterness and loathing that were in her heart. She restrained herself, but the effort gave a queer guttural resonance to her words. She turned and looked out of the window. "What the devil's the matter?" he asked impatiently. "I came in upon myself thinking you'd be pleased. It's a safe seat. I'm dead certain to knock the confounded radical into a cocked hat. Just the moment when I've got what I've been sweating for the last 18 months. Confound it all, I did think you'd be civil for once in a way. But it's just like you. I might have expected it. Well, perhaps it's the truth to say you don't care a damn one way or the other." He walked to and fro for a little, fuming. Then his eyes falling on the photograph that lay on the table, he picked it up, as an angry man will do, looked at it absently for a moment, and pitched it sharply to the other side of the room. Clytie, startled by the slight click of the cardboard striking against the wall, turned half round, and met his eyes fixed loweringly upon her. Each held the other spellbound for a few seconds. Then the door opened, and Jack came into the studio, checking his motion forward as he saw Thornton. "What the deuce is this?" cried the latter. With a swift, instinctive glance, Clytie compared the two faces. They were astonishingly alike. The same finely moulded features, dark, lucent eyes, brown, crisp hair, white, evenly set teeth. The same lines of cruelty at the corners of the lips. Strange that, much as she had studied Jack's physiognomy, the likeness had never suggested itself. At Thornton's petulant question, the boy looked at him, half frightened, and then at Clytie, and was about to shrink back. But she called him in. "Don't go away without your drawing, Jack. This," she said coldly to Thornton, "is a protégé of mine. He was once my model for my picture, Jack. Here, Jack, take your drawing. Run home. Thank you for coming to see me. And the photograph, you said you'd give it me back." Clytie went to the table where she had thrown it. Not seeing it, she remembered the sound that had startled her, and turning round perceived the photograph lying face upward on the floor. She gave a little start of dismay. The situation threatened to become dramatic, and she was unprepared. In her hurry to dismiss the boy, she had forgotten the photograph. Now he had called attention to it, and she felt bound to restore it to him, to save the poor little urchin's honour, and most probably his back. And Thornton was leaning against the mantelpiece, with his hands in his pockets, frowningly surveying the scene. With outward calm, but with a beating heart, she picked up the photograph, wrapped it in the dirty covering, and put it into Jack's hand. Thornton, who watched her movements with gathering surprise, strode forward with an oath.
"What the devil?"
But Clytie quickly interposed herself between him and the boy. "Run away," she said in a hasty whisper, and Jack, accustomed from his childhood to sudden dartings, disappeared like a flash. Clytie put her back against the door and looked at her husband with strange eyes. It had been done with the speed of a conjuring trick.
"What on earth is the meaning of all this?" asked Thornton. "And what are you giving away my photographs for? Upon my soul, I think you're taking leave of your senses. You'll have to drop this sort of thing. I'm damned if I'm going to have my photographs given away to all the street urchins in London. Play the fool yourself if you like, but I'll trouble you to keep me and my things out of it. Have you been giving me away any more?"
"Oh, God, Thornton, you have given yourself away," she cried, echoing his slang phrase half unconsciously in her bitterness. "I'll tell you if you like. The photograph belongs to the boy's mother. He is your child."
"What?" cried Thornton in a voice of thunder, showing his teeth savagely.
"Yes, your child," she went on, striving to be calm. "His mother's name is Burmester. You gave her the picture yourself, years ago. I had just made the discovery when you came in." "Ah!" she cried, putting her hand suddenly before her face. "It's horrible, horrible!"
"Ugh!" reported Thornton fiercely. "In one of your damned high horse moods. Well, I did give one of my father's kitchen maids a photograph, and she did have a child, and I paid her for her trouble. And damn it, what's that got to do with you now is more than I can see. Besides, you never were such a fool as to imagine you were marrying an infernal saint."
"Oh, stop, stop," she cried. "Don't say anything more. You will brutalize me as well as yourself. I never thought you a saint, even when I cared for you. I know what you are, and, oh, God, this is the end of it. If you betrayed a sweet, innocent girl, you would have been a villain, but not necessarily a brute. Someone charming, pretty, attractive, I could have understood it. But a poor, stupid drudge, a kitchen maid, little better than an animal."
Thornton rushed forward and caught her by her shoulder. "By the Lord God, if you don't hold your tongue, I'll strike you."
She saw that he had aroused the devil in him. She had meant to be calm, to tell him plainly the facts of the case, and to say that it would be better that they should live apart. But an irrepressible shudder had come over her, and then the brutal cynicism of his confession had caused her the loss of her self-control. As she saw the blazing eyes and white glittering teeth in front of her, and felt the grip on her shoulder, she regretted that she had been, in a way, to blame. But she was no coward, and the threat awakened the fierce old Puritan courage in her nature. She did not flinch, but looked him directly in the face. "Your striking me would only add to your other brutalities."
"Damn you!"
he cried in blind fury, and swinging her round, he struck her with the riding-whip with all his huge strength, cutting the back of the thin morning gown that flew open at the gap, showing her bare shoulders. Then he hurled her from him and rushed out of the room. With an almost superhuman effort of will, Clytie sprang to her feet, stood for a moment dazed, stunned, on fire with agony, then staggered forward and threw herself upon the bearskin rug, with the Illustrated History of England, open as Jack had left it, beneath her face. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 25. Suddenly Clytie rose to her feet and left the studio. As she moved, a strange weight seemed to lie upon her limbs. It was a physical effort to drag herself up the stairs to her bedroom. Her heart seemed to be burned through, a fiery sword to have been thrust through her temples. It was the supreme moment of the horror and abasement of her married life. One intense thought possessed her, to fly from the house, to escape from the area of Thornton's influence, to bury herself somewhere far away. Mechanically she changed her things, choosing one of the simple morning dresses she had retained since the days before her marriage, and bathed her feverish face and hands. The cold water refreshed her, restored adjustment to her quivering nerves, and she was able to think, form a coherent plan. She would go forthwith to her old rooms in the King's Road, which she knew to be vacant. There she would live again as Clytie Davenant, and shut out of her memory the nightmare of the past months. The plan conceived, she hurried to put it into execution. She would have liked to open the street door there and then, to cross its threshold for the last time. But the practical side of life asserts itself in the midst of the intensest emotions. She would have to pack her boxes, select what things she would take with her. The aid, too, of the servants would be necessary. After a swift look at the glass, she composed her features, summoned her maid, gave her orders in a calm, equable voice, as if she were going on an ordinary visit in the country. While the servants packed the articles she designated, she went down to the studio in order to collect a few of the portable objects that were dear to her. Rupert Kent's etching, the jackmar that Kent had given her, a book or two, a favourite box of oil tubes. All the rest she would leave behind, together with everything that Thornton had ever given her. The maid, an excellently trained servant, packed quickly, but to Clytie she seemed unutterably slow. It was an effort of control to refrain from urging the girl on, from snatching the articles from her hands and stowing them away anyhow, haphazard. Every moment that she lingered seemed an eternity of degradation. In after days she wondered that she had never reflected how far Thornton's possible presence in the house might have affected the ease of her escape. As it happened, he had flung out of doors as soon as he had left her stricken upon the floor, but she, in the fixity of her idea, never concerned herself as to his whereabouts. At last, when the boxes were packed and locked, the maid, dangling the keys in her hand, asked Clytie when she should order the brougham. "I shall go in a four-wheeled cab with the luggage," said Clytie. "Go and order one round at once." The maid retired wonderingly, and Clytie was left alone. She put on her bonnet and sat down on the edge of the bed to draw on her gloves. Then for the first time her eye fell consciously upon her wedding ring, and thereupon came over her the sense of all that her present action implied. The final renunciation of the marriage tie, the assertion of her own individuality, the beginning of another life. And yet, in spite of her repudiation, the tie remained, indissoluble except by death, and this little circlet of gold was the symbol. With a twinge of pain she wrenched it off, for it was tightly fitting, and went and threw it in a jewel box containing the jewellery that Thornton had given her. At any rate she could spare herself the hourly misery of this visible bond. It was a poor kind of relief to leave it there with the other tokens of her wifehood. Then, as she waited, her crushed pride rose a few degrees. Whatever subsequent steps Thornton might take, her departure should at least not have the indignity of flight. A scribbled line would save her self-respect. When the servants came into the room to take down the boxes to the cab, she had written the note. "I am leaving your house. I go back to my old rooms in the King's Road, where I shall resume the life I led before I knew you." Then only did it occur to her to inquire of the footman whether Mr. Hammerdike was in. The man, who was accustomed to the separation between the lives of his master and mistress, replied, without manifesting any surprise at the question, that Mr. Hammerdike had gone out just before lunch. "Put this note in his room for him," said Clytie. "I shall be away some time." In a few moments she had started. With a little convulsive moan, wrung involuntarily from her lips by her agony of body and soul, she leaned her head against the rusty cushions of the ramshackle vehicle and closed her eyes. The day was still glorious. London bathed in sunlight, the streets filled with life and motion. For all the world but her, the promise of the morning was kept. As the cab slackened its pace on crossing the Fulham Road, she opened her eyes for a moment and looked vacantly, as if in a dream, out of the window. Then she relapsed into her darkness. "And I was so happy this morning," she murmured to herself. "I could have lived the better life, with Kent's help." Kent. She started as a wave of blood rushed to her cheeks. She was going to Kent now, to live under the same roof with him once more, to see him daily, to take him more intimately than ever into her life. Until now she had not realized this coherently. Vague thoughts of him had passed through her mind, but she had been too dazed, too sickened, too much possessed by the overpowering longing for freedom, escape from the house of bondage, to connect him definitely with her immediate future. And in the unconscious sequence of ideas, a little self-reproach came into her mind, bringing with it a sense of soothing. Why had she not thought of Kent at first, of the true, loyal friend and lover on whom she could rely for strength and comfort? How could she have been so much wrapped up in herself and her wrongs as never to have given him a place in her plans? And then the tide of feeling ebbed back again, leaving her heart quite cold and sad. How could she meet him? How could she tell him? The eternal woman in her shrank from the confession. If he had been to her but a friend, it had been easy. But she loved him. Had not her heart sung within her that very morning, only a few hours before, of the grace and tenderness of her at last awakened love? And she fought, womanlike, against she scarce knew what, striving to disentwine herself like Locke from the coils that love and circumstances have wound, in subtle intricacy of convolution about her heart. But for all her shrinking, she longed for Kent. If only he could understand it all without her telling. If only he could come that evening and sit by her side and hold her hand in strong, mute sympathy. Well, she would conquer her woman's diffidence and tell him bravely. She felt she owed him a little reparation. The inherent delight in putting itself in the wrong is perhaps one of the most elusive traits of a woman's nature. The cab stopped before the familiar side door. Mrs. Gherkin, standing beneath the awning of the shop between the stalls of cabbage and fruit, gave a gasp of bewilderment as she saw Clytie alight from the luggage-laden vehicle. She ran round through the connecting passage and opened the front door. "You're not coming to stay here, miss?" she asked. It was only in moments of calm reflection that she could bring herself to address Clytie more decorously as ma'am. "Yes, I am," replied Clytie in her decisive way. "Can I have my old rooms?" "Of course, miss, but—" "Well, have my boxes taken up and get things straight for me, Mrs. Gherkins. You know what an erratic creature I am, don't you? I think I'm going to stay a very long time. I'll go and see Miss Marchpane while you do all that is necessary. You'll forgive me for putting you to all this trouble?" "La, ma'am, I'm that glad to see you back. But Miss Marchpane left early today, about an hour ago. You can go up to the sitting-room. I was cleaning it out only yesterday." Clytie went upstairs to the familiar room and took off her bonnet and gloves. In a few moments the boxes were brought up. When she had unpacked these and arranged her contents, and eaten as much as she could of the meal that Mrs. Gherkins prepared for her, the glorious afternoon had melted into night. She sat by the open window and looked out upon the hurrying street below. It was a Saturday evening. The whole population of the district was astir, buying their Sunday provisions or their Sunday headaches. Bands of the youth of both sexes clattered noisily past, singing hoarsely or darting from pavement to roadway in loud, dissonant gaiety. Along the curb stretched the line of costers' barrows with flaming naphtha torches, and the faces of the sellers and buyers stood out clear in the glare. A babel of sounds arose, the confused murmur of private conversations pitched in the discordant key of the unrefined, the raucous cries of the costers offering their wares, the shrill "Buy! Buy!" of the butcher a few yards away, and the rapid click of his steel, the doleful nasal dirge of a tramp woman holding a vague bundle looking like a baby in her arms, the continuous scraping of feet, the roar of the buses and carts in the roadway. Clytie had often before sat on Saturday evenings at her window, lost in the wonder of speculation upon the individualities of the units that composed this hurrying, bawling, laughing, cursing crowd. And now she felt the old fascination creep over her. The noise and movement acted as a counter-stimulus to the fierce whirl of emotions through which she had passed during the day. She lost for the time the sense of loneliness, soul-sickness, and bodily prostration in this external world of tumult. What did it all mean, this hurry and strain? Looked at as a whole, it seemed to indicate that life was intense, earnest, throbbing with infinite variety of passions, an end in itself, to be carried on, because it was life, to all eternity. It seemed real, practical, objective, obeying inscrutable, immutable laws. The planets circle round the sun. Our solar system circles round another focal sphere. It is great, it is glorious, serving some great and glorious end. Yet what that end is, no man knoweth. And so, with the collective life that surged beneath Clytie's window, yielding blindly to the unchanging laws that direct the cosmos. If this movement was meaningless and vain, then did the stars wander futilely in their courses? Sin and shame and misery, love and laughter and happiness, what did they matter in the progress of collective life? They are internal forces affecting its resistless march as little as the incessant motion of men affects the rotation of the earth. But the individuals, when detached from the conglomerate mass of humanity, what was this life to them? How far was it a gracious thing to yonder bawling cheapjack with his red sodden face, and the factory girl with her feathered hat, a deep fringe overshadowing pinched, soulless features, looking hungrily at his Brummagem wares? The fat, unintelligent workman's wife gossiping loudly of sickness, death, and funerals? The besotted navvy stumbling along in the grip of a soberer friend? How far were they, intellectually, spiritually, cognizant of life? Again, as of old, these questions presented themselves to Clytie. During these latter months she had been too closely confronted with the problems of her own personality to interest herself in that of others. But now a newly awakened self-knowledge had given her a key to mysteries to the elucidation of which she had once devoted all her artistic powers. She had arrived at the truth of the relativity of individual life. There was no such thing as absolute fullness of existence. Everyone, coster, factory girl, statesman, poet, was striving, each in his way, after a completer life. But the idea of completeness was limited by each individual's capacity for action, sensation, and thought. Hence, yonder factory girl's life might be relatively as full as her own, the hunger for the unknown that would complete it as loudly clamorous. Clytie was glad for the moment, almost happy. New artistic stirrings seemed to be at work within her soul. Heretofore, she had sought a solution for the problems of life through her art. Might not this newer knowledge and more extensive sympathy enable her to present finely perceived truths, thus making her art less self-centred, more universal? This train of thought was working through her mind as she sat by the window, resting her cheek on her arm. Gradually, however, the thoughts confused themselves into a medley of dim associations, which in their turn became lost in drowsiness. Worn out by the physical strain of the day, she fell asleep in the midst of the uproar that arose from the hurrying street. Suddenly she became conscious of a presence beside her in the room, and starting up, beheld Kent looking down upon her. "You'll get cold, or a stiff neck, or something, sleeping by the open window like that," he said in his kindly way. "And yet I did not like to wake you." "I do feel a little cramped," said Clytie, rising, "but the night is hot. Bring another chair and sit down. I shall not go to sleep again." Kent did as she bade him, and they sat on either side of the window, Clytie with face half averted looking into the street, Kent leaning forward, gazing at her with troubled eyes. For some moments neither spoke. At last Kent broke the silence. "Clytie?" "Yes?" "Was I wrong to come in? Do you want to be alone? Tell me frankly, and I will go." "No. Stay," replied Clytie slowly, without turning her head. "I wanted you to come. I don't know why. How did you find out I was here?" "Mrs. Gherkins caught me in the passage. She said you were staying some time. I knocked at your door, but you did not answer, so I looked in, saw you asleep there. I could not resist the temptation of coming nearer so as to see your face. You look so done up. You must go to bed early and have a good night's rest." "Ah, Kent, how like you," said Clytie, looking quickly round at him. Womanlike, she was pleased that he had not expressed wonderment at her presence in the house, and beset her with abrupt questions, but tried instead with delicate sympathy to put her at her ease. "Can you guess why I am here, Kent?" she asked in a low voice. "I dare not try," he replied. "I have finally parted from my husband." "Good God! Clytie, what do you mean?" he cried with a leap at his heart, followed by a feeling of great pity for the woman he loved, an aching sense of the irony of things. It has been a misunderstanding. It will be cleared up in time, he continued unsteadily. Clytie shook her head. No, thank God, this is the end. See my hand? That which was there I drew off today for the first time. It shall never be there again. Clytie, my dear friend Clytie, said Kent, very much moved. What can I say to you? My heart aches for all that you must have suffered. You told me yesterday your life was not what I thought it to be, for I fancied you happy, with all around you to make the world bright and glorious. I do not know what to think now. Is there no hope for your happiness? Oh, no, Kent, not that way. Let me tell you at once what I can. Don't judge me too severely. I did what lay in my nature to do. I bore things that nearly drove me mad, although perhaps many other women would not have looked on them as burdens. But my marriage was a mistake, for both of us. And then, how can I tell you? Something happened today, the climax, rendering further life there impossible. I can't speak or even think of it. Her voice ended in a moan and a shivering catch of her breath, and she covered her face with her hands. Kent leaped to his feet, quivering with a sudden intuition. Clytie, you've been wronged far more than by mere misunderstanding. Did you dare? Yes, don't think of it. It's all over. But I must think of it. It is like a red-hot iron in my heart. I can't bear it. All last night I lay awake thinking of your unhappiness, tortured by regrets, hating the man who made your life a weariness to you. I never thought of this. The coward, the brute, oh my God! And as he strode up and down the room, with set lips and clenched hands, Clytie looked at him half wonderingly. She had never seen her calm, strong Kent so moved by passion. She went up to him with natural impulse and put her hand on his shoulder and looked into his face. You need never speak or think of this again, Kent. It's all over, buried. For nearly a year we have lived almost as separated as we shall do henceforward. I have come to be Clytie Davenant once again, to lead the old life of work and happiness with you and Winifred. I can blot out the past 18 months like an evil dream in which I have suffered much and learned much. We can work together as we used to do, Kent, and you will find me, I hope, a better, gentler woman, dear. Now, forget all about it, as I shall do. Remember what you said yesterday, that no life was so wrecked as to be incapable of reconstruction. You cannot tell what comfort you gave me, and I cannot tell you what happiness I passed through this morning before. Ah, well. Oh, Kent, my true, loyal Kent, I'm a very weak woman, and I want your goodness and help and tenderness. You could do nothing to help or avenge what has passed. You could do all for me in the future, if you will. What I can do is small enough, God knows, replied Kent. Do you know what you can do for me? Tell me. Let me forget myself and my selfish wants in trying to bring some help and gladness into your life. I wronged you deeply once. I wronged myself. Let me make reparation. Kent turned aside and passed his hand across his forehead. You must not think of me, he said in a low voice. I am rough and strong, with no particular burdens to bear. Some day or the other, when you are happy again, I will come to you with my little griefs, for the sake of having them charmed away by your sympathy. But until then, let me think of you, help you if I can. If I can't, heaven knows it will not be for want of longing to do so. Kent, said Clytie, very softly, unconsciously moving nearer to him, I am happy now. Can't you see that I am? Kent's heart beat like a sledgehammer. A wave of passionate love swept through his veins, thrilling him to the fingertips. He was conscious that if he turned his face, the hair on her forehead would brush his cheek. Never before had a woman spoken to him in that strange tone. The world stood still for a moment. Then in a blinding daze of light in which all things in heaven and earth were drowned, he turned, caught her to him, and kissed her. Slowly, Clytie freed herself, held out a restraining hand, and with steps strangely faltering moved across the room to the couch, where she sat down and hid her face in the cushions. Kent paused for a moment, steadying his senses, still reeling from the shock of the first kiss of love he'd ever given to woman. Then he went and stood by her side. "Forgive me, Clytie. It was base of me, but it was something beyond my will that acted. You forget that I love you. I have wronged you, my queen, my life. If you can ever trust me again, I will devote myself to making you forget that I have dared to love you. I ask your pardon, Clytie." He stayed for a moment, looking at her bowed figure. Then, as she gave no sign that she was moved by his appeal, he left her, and with a strange mingling of death and gladness in his heart, walked lingeringly to the door. But, just as his hand was on the knob, Clytie rose impulsively from the couch, and with hair ruffled and her cheeks glowing, came up to him, and it was she who opened the door. "You are pardoned, dear, for I love you." A moment later she was alone, and she resumed her position by the open window and looked out upon the busy scene. But she heeded it not. Her sight was directed to the mysteries of an invisible world. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 26. Clytie's last words rang in Kent's ears all night. She loved him. She had surrendered herself to his kiss. She had told him her heart in plain, unequivocal language. In the first blaze of this happiness he did not perceive the gloomy background of their love. All that he could feel was that Clytie had left the life to which he had been a stranger, that she had come back to live in his daily company in the old helpful way, that furthermore her simple friendship had changed into something unutterably sweeter. He looked into the future and found it glowing with many rose tints of beauty. He saw Clytie and himself carrying out to its fullest his brave gospel of work, to its fullest because of their belief and trust in one another. He saw Clytie painting noble pictures, drawing strength and confidence from his sympathy, himself stimulated to great achievement, the prose of life transmuted into sonorous epic, lyrical gladness, elegiac grace. The fever in his blood kept him awake as image after image passed before his fancy. But whether the vision was of Clytie walking by his side through the gaslit streets, or of Clytie's glorious head strained back to view the effect of brush-strokes he had suggested, or of Clytie sitting by the table as he worked, the lamp between them, it ended always with the warm touch of Clytie's lips beneath his, and the low, clear voice, "I love you." This exaltation is common to most men when a strong love comes to them. But to Kent it was all the intenser through the peculiarities of his nature. He had lived without the sphere of women. The passionateness of his temperament had thrown itself utterly into another channel. His work had been his love, his wife, the centre of all his energies, all his hopes. The craving for the unknown complement of existence had found satisfaction in the added line upon line, the growing bulk of manuscript, the builder's thrill when the creation of his own brain is materializing itself, course by course, into a majestic edifice. Besides, action, whether it was spending hours in a musty library in the exciting search after a reference, or tramping for miles in the keen mountain air of Norway, always fascinated him and compelled the entire energy of his being. He beheld the earth after his wholesome fashion, and saw that it was good. To him, life was complete. Things therefore not contained within his sphere he looked upon as superfluities. Woman was a superfluity, the impulses of sex repugnant. The very intensity of his nature made him shrink all the more strenuously from the sexual principle upon which love is built. When, however, love came to him, in spite of himself, he was dazed with it, terrified. On that January morning when he buried his face in the faint perfume of Clytie's handkerchief, he felt himself overcome with a kind of horror. The fierce consciousness that he would give his soul to hold her in his arms and kiss her hair and eyes and lips was to him a torture of debasement. This morbidness was due only to the violence of the reaction. It lasted but a short while, and toned down into a feeling of disloyalty to Clytie's friendship in daring to love her. But time at last adjusted his moral balance, when it was too late, and Clytie was lost to him. And then his love was purified into a deep, passionate devotion that was its own joy and recompense. If circumstances had remained unchanged, Kent would have carried this deeper than romantic love with him to the grave. It had grown into his inmost heart, informing that subconsciousness that makes a man's individual life. Even during the last few months, when they were meeting in frank, friendly fashion, his love had altered very little in kind. He believed her to be a happy wife, loving her husband, with whom in a moment of business he had once silently measured himself. The precious boon of her friendship was regained, nothing more, and it was given to him under no false pretences on his part, but all the more tenderly because she knew of his devotion. Secure in the impression of her happiness, he would never have wavered in word or thought from his straightforward, simple loyalty, and his days would have passed in quiet contentment, saddened a little perhaps by regrets for what might have been, but never tormented by longings for the impossible. But conditions were no longer the same. Clytie had renounced her married life. Except as a memory of bitterness, it had no place in her thoughts. Except by a legal fiction, she was her own mistress once more, free to go and come, think and act. Even in name she would be Clytie Davenant again, and she had spoken to him in that strange tone he had never heard before, and had come nearer to him as her touch lay upon his arm. The whole pent-up passion of Kent's life had gone forth into that kiss. For Kent the world was changed, and the night a dream of unutterable things. But by the morning it had brought counsel. This love, acknowledged on both sides, whither would it tend? A great problem. So great a one indeed that Kent was tempted to shirk grappling with it. Courage and a stout heart, he said to himself, and all would be well. But one cannot rid oneself in this easy way of responsibilities. If you shake them from your shoulders, they shackle themselves about your feet. Kent felt thus fettered as he lay awake. Moreover, his early misgivings concerning Hammerdike came, like the curses in the proverb, home to roost. If he had spoken to Clytie then, before her marriage, possibly she might have been spared all this suffering. He wished that he had obtained from Wither all the particulars of the ugly rumours that had been afloat, investigated them, confronted Clytie bravely with the truth, and so saved her from wrecking her life. And yet he felt that he could not have done so. Well, what was past was past. The present and the future contained enough matter to engage his attention. He lay for some time in bed trying to solve these perplexities. At last, at 9:30, he rose, dressed, and went into his sitting-room to prepare his breakfast. This was a simple process. On a couple of gas stoves, connected by india-rubber piping with the 2 gas jets in his room, he placed a kettle and a saucepan, the latter containing eggs. Then he spread a little cloth on a clear space of his dresser table, and brought out his crockery and other breakfast requisites from one of the under cupboards. A ham somewhat cut into, butter and marmalade he procured from a safe in a third little room on the landing, which he used as a combined larder and lumber room. For years Kent had enjoyed the simple bohemianism of this Sunday morning meal. He could linger over it easily without the weekday glance at his watch when time was short. There was the Sunday paper, a weekly review or two, the long, undisturbed after-breakfast pipe. It was a time when he could release himself with free conscience from his busy life and enjoy his leisure. But this morning the eggs seemed stale, the ham tasteless, the journals dull, and he found himself looking at his watch. He would go down and see Clytie at 11, an hour which he himself arbitrarily fixed upon, and he was counting the minutes. It is surprising how long minutes are when you count 60 of them. At last 11 o'clock came, and Kent descended the stairs. But Clytie was out. Mrs. Gherkins, who answers his ring on Clytie's bell, informed him that Miss Davenant would not be in for lunch. Perhaps she would be back during the afternoon. So Kent went upstairs again, disappointed, and after vainly trying to occupy himself, seized his hat and went out for a long tramp through Putney and Wimbledon. His heart was full of strange emotions that beset him for many hours, making them seem hopelessly long. Of the two, Clytie passed by far the happier day. In the afternoon, on his return, he heard voices in the studio. He knocked and entered. Clytie was there with Winifred. "Can I come in?" "Of course," said Clytie. "Why do you ask? We've been expecting you ever so long. In fact, we've kept tea waiting for you." He put down his hat and stick, nodded as usual to Winifred, and advanced, through force of later habit, with outstretched hand, to Clytie. She laid her fingers in his slowly, looked up at him from her chair by the stove, and laughed. "You forget I'm no longer a visitor, Kent," she said rebukingly. "Only this once, then," he answered, "to welcome you back among us." "Where have you learned to make pretty speeches?" asked Clytie. She was pleased with the words, and gave his hand a sudden pressure. Kent brought a chair up to where Clytie and Winifred were sitting, tried to talk lightly, and failed. A silence came over the little party. Tea caused a distraction, and they fell to discussing indifferent subjects, odds and ends of gossip, but in a desultory fashion that each found strange. At last Clytie rose, cut the Gordian knot in her impulsive way. "I'm going to do one or two things in the sitting-room," she said. "You two have a talk until I come back." Kent opened the door for her. On the threshold she turned and whispered to him, "Talk to Winifred a little. You will do each other good." He closed the door after her and went back to Winifred. "So we have her with us again." "Yes," she replied gently, "and I don't know whether to feel sorry or glad." "Did you know, had you any idea that she was unhappy? I never knew till yesterday, or the day before." "I think I knew before, perhaps because I am a woman. It made my heart ache." "But she is not unhappy now," said Kent. "Therefore you ought to be glad." Winifred glanced at him swiftly. In spite of the brown softness of her eyes, they were woman's eyes, capable of quick, subtle perceptions. "But will she be happy, Kent?" she asked, bending down over her needlework. As she had not been able to paint, she had taken in hand, by way of feminine comfort, some sewing for Clytie. "What do you mean?" he asked, with a man's preference to answer a concrete question rather than a delicately hinted suggestion. "Will not this tie that cannot be loosed hamper her all through her life?" "God knows," he said gloomily. And then brightening, he added, "But we have her with us for always, Winifred, and we who love her can try to make her forget it." "Can we, my dear Kent?" she said, putting her work and both hands in her lap and looking at him. "You love her, but you can't love her as I do." "Oh, no, no," she added as he smiled and shook his head. "You may think you do, but it is not possible. You have found faults in Clytie and scolded her, oh, very kindly and sympathetically, I know, but still in your eyes Clytie can do wrong. In mine she can't, and there is the difference. Clytie is not like other girls. She's like no one in the world. Everything must give way to her. If Clytie were to do something you would think dreadful, commit a murder, I feel that she would be justified in doing it, and I should love her all the more tenderly and dearly." "God bless your loving little heart," cried Kent. "Love like yours could make the most miserable creature on earth happy." "Ah, no, Kent. What could I do for her? Listen, I was a poor, friendless, ignorant, uninteresting little girl when I first met Clytie, and she was kind to me. She seemed so brave and strong and clever and beautiful. I quite shrank from her. I felt so small and humble beside her. And she singled me out from among all the rest of the girls at the Slade School and made me her friend. I never could tell what she found in me." "She can tell, and I can too," exclaimed Kent with abrupt enthusiasm. "The purest, tenderest flower of a soul that ever breathed." "Oh, Kent," said Winifred as the colour rose to her dark cheeks, You must not say things like that. Clytie has done everything for me, everything, and I—" "You have helped Clytie as no one else could have done," said Kent, "and you are doing it now." "Am I?" "Yes, don't you see how bright and happy you have made her?" "She is brighter than I should have thought," said Winifred musingly. "But will it last?" "We must try to make it lasting, you and I," said Kent softly. He pondered for a moment over the love in each of their hearts, the girl's and the man's. How exquisitely pure and selfless hers seemed to be. He could not realize it in all its beauty, but his perceptions had been refined enough for him to be profoundly touched. "You have taught me something, Winifred," he said after a pause, during which she quietly resumed her sewing. "I am happier than I have been all day." Clytie returned soon afterwards. She looked curiously at the faces of her two friends, and then, divining perhaps something of what had passed between them, went up to Winifred and kissed her. After this they talked more freely, of old habits, plans for the future. The latter were vague, for Winifred's marriage with Traherne was fixed for the early part of the next year, and the studio without Winifred was unrealizable. Still, the plans were food for much intimate gossip, which some may liken to the very salt of life. When Winifred had gone, Kent went with Clytie into the sitting-room, where, furnished with hammer and nails, he hung the few pictures that Clytie had brought with her, together with the some that had been lying about the studio. It was a delight to him to perform this little service for her, and she too felt that woman's happiness of being surrendered to a man's helpfulness. He fetched from his own rooms a bookstand, which he secured against the wall, a few curios, and an armful of the dainty cushions, chair-backs, and curtain sashes with which his sister Agatha, in misguided zeal, had years ago supplied his drawers and cupboards. "They are not as artistic as your odds and ends, you know," he said by way of apology, "but until you can get some together, they will be more cheerful to look at than Mrs. Gherkins's efforts." He had just completed his scheme of decoration when Mrs. Gherkins came up to lay the cloth for Clytie's dinner. Clytie detained him as he was about to go. "Won't you stay and dine with me?" she said half timidly. She felt that she could not dismiss him. To do so on conventional grounds would be the silliest prudery. Besides, a sense of helplessness had come over her, and she wanted him by her side, longed for him to think and act for her. The touch of any incident bordering ever so slightly on the dramatic would at that moment suffice to free the spring of feminine reserve and loosen passionate expression of her longing for his presence. But the simple commonplace of the situation saved her. Kent's eyes brightened at the invitation. "And we can have a long evening afterwards?" he asked, half pleadingly. "Of course," said Clytie with an inward smile. On Monday morning, Kent, as he was starting for the museum, put his head in at Clytie's sitting-room door. She was at breakfast, having risen rather later than usual. By her side was an open letter. As Kent entered, she pushed back her chair and looked up at him, a gleam of gladness eclipsing in her eyes a late expression of pain. Kent noticed the sudden change. "You have been sad, Clytie," he said in his rough tenderness. "That is not right. Did you not promise me last evening that you would be happy, very happy?" "So I shall be," she answered, taking his hand in hers and turning away her head. "Only there are things that cut one to the heart. You are a man. You can't understand a woman. No man can, no matter how he loves her. Look, read that. The end of the sordid story of my latter life. Oh, Kent, I'm not worth your love. This thing has degraded me enough, and this last insult. Oh, read it and see. It would be better that you should know of how little account I really am." Kent took the letter which she thrust into his hand, and without having read it, tore it into tiny pieces, which he scattered through the open window to the four winds. Then he came and put up one arm round her. "Because one man insults you, dear, it is all the more reason that I should love and shield you. That part of your life is dead now. You said yourself this letter was the end. Let it be so, Clytie." His delicacy and tenderness moved her very deeply. Woman-like, she wanted him to read the paper, and yet loved him all the more for not having done so. The letter was her own note to Thornton, which he returned with, "You can go to the devil," scrawled across it. The sheer brutality had made her lose, as it were, her self-respect, and presented her to her own eyes as a thing of naught, unworthy of the reverential love that Kent brought her. How could she honestly be to him the brightest and noblest of women, with that scrawled thing dragging her down? Accordingly, his actions and words gladdened her. She looked up at him, and he read as if in some magical book the spell of tenderness that swam in her eyes. Then he threw himself on his knees before her and buried his face in her lap. "Oh, my love, my love!" And, stirred to her depths with a passionate thrill that was like a great pain, she threw her arms round his neck and kissed him. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 27. 2 years passed, outwardly uneventful, yet momentous in the development of inner life. Her marriage sometimes appeared to Clytie as a far-away episode, a kind of dream state in which he had been invested with a strange, unrealizable personality. Yet influences had remained, impulses had been awakened, that could not again lie dormant. Knowledge had come to her that could not lapse into oblivion, leaving no trace behind. In her daily intercourse with Kent her nature expanded. It lost imperceptibly that vein of hardness which her struggle for self-development had fostered, and the disillusions and repugnances of her marriage had gradually been strengthening. Except in a brief interval of intoxication, she had never known the woman's sweetness of surrender. The great triumph of surrender had never even then been hers, and this was gradually making itself felt in her heart during the 2 years that passed from the time of leaving her husband's roof. They contained hours of sweet bitterness, it is true. Although Thornton had gone out of her life like an evil phantom, yet the legal tie between them remained unbroken. Mrs. Farquharson, who seldom did things by halves, after seeing her idol broken, trampled it underfoot into 1,000 pieces, and vehemently tried to persuade Clytie to seek after a divorce. She even insisted upon her taking counsel's opinion on the matter. But there was no definite evidence obtainable to support an action at law, and Clytie, sick at heart, was glad to dismiss the question from her mind forever. Yet in the eyes of the world she was Hamerdyke's wife, and so she would have to remain until death parted them. Perhaps when enlightenment sheds a fuller ray upon our civilization, we shall make radical changes in our marriage laws, for they are based upon the sad old fallacy that human conduct and human emotion are indifferently susceptible of regulation. As yet we can universalize only on material things, security of property, full stomachs, and warm backs for the poor. The facts of broken lives and torn hearts we can recognize only in particular instances, as they come within each man's individual sphere. The universality of spiritual, moral, and emotional suffering is as yet far from being a national conception. When this is attained, we may hope for social conditions happier than those under which we struggle at present. Thornton had taken the most effectual steps to become an undisturbing element in Clytie's life. The constituency for which he had intrigued and striven to be nominated did not return him at the by-election, which took place soon after Clytie's departure, but chose instead a radical lawyer with an insignificant presence and a shakiness as to aspirates. Thornton was disgusted and humiliated at his defeat. Politics lost their charm. An offer from the Belgian government to reform the administration in a wide tract of country whose borders were infested with Arabs came to him at this juncture, and found him in a mood for acceptance. He bade Mrs. Clavering a sardonic farewell, and replunged into the wilds out of English ken. Winifred only remained in the King's Road for a few months. Early in the new year she married Traherne, and Clytie was left alone. The studio seemed very forlorn for some time afterwards, robbed, as it were, of an inherent tender grace, a softening, refining influence that had always been dear to Clytie, even in her days of greatest wilfulness. Yet it gladdened her to know that Winifred was happy, married to a man of fine fibre who could value the exquisite gift that the high gods had given him. "You are a lucky girl, dear," she said to the young bride one day when visiting her in her new home. "Of course I am," replied Winifred enthusiastically. "A man like Victor—" "Oh yes," replied Clytie dryly. "I know, he's all perfection. But the man doesn't live who is fit to blacken your boots, my child. I did not mean that. I meant that you were a lucky girl in having eluded your obvious destiny." Winifred looked at her open-eyed. "I always used to think somewhat sadly about you," Clytie went on. "I seemed to read in your face and eyes that you would marry a man quite unworthy of you, who would ill-treat you, and that you would love him more as he became worse, that your life would be a dreadful, purposeless sacrifice. And now you see how you have escaped. Victor is just the husband I would have picked out for you. So you are a lucky girl." "I wish you were as happy as I am, darling," said Winifred, looking at her somewhat wistfully through her own gladness. "Perhaps I am," replied Clytie with a flush. "Who knows? Utter completion of existence is not possible in this imperfect world of ours, and if my life has its gaps that ache a little, yet it has its fullness, believe me, dear. I am happier now than I have ever been. After all, the gaps matter very little." "Now you are getting somewhat beyond me," said Winifred. "I can't quite follow you." "Ah, you needn't, Winnie dear," replied Clytie. "Only go on loving and trusting me. Don't you see that I am happy because I too have a good man's love? But if things were different, you might have married," said Winifred hesitatingly. "That does not make the love less beautiful and life-giving," replied Clytie. This and other conversations of a like tenor succeeded finally in allaying Winifred's doubts as to Clytie's happiness. An uneasy burden was lifted off her mind, glad as her heart was in the new joy of her marriage. Henceforth she was content to take Clytie's assurances, and to trust in her own rooted idea that Clytie's deep, complex nature was beyond the reach of her simple comprehension, and ungovernable by the canons that regulate commoner clay. Strong in this faith, she triumphed in the first little conflict of opinion that arose between herself and her husband. Fine and generous as his views were, he had nevertheless a strict churchman's regard for the proprieties of life. The recognized intimacy between Clytie and Kent, harmless as it appeared before Clytie's marriage, had begun to cause him certain uneasiness. He was fond of them both, partly for their own sakes, partly on account of his wife. An unkind thought concerning them hurt his sensitive nature, and yet, as time went on, such thoughts began painfully to formulate themselves in his mind. At last his conscience forced him to broach the subject to Winifred. She listened with a little flush of spirit in her cheek, and then broke into such a warm torrent of words that Treherne was fairly amazed. He had never dreamed that his gentle, brown-eyed wife could be capable of such passionateness. Her logic and devotion overmastered his scruples, and he was almost converted to Winifred's unswerving faith. At any rate, from that time forth, he was Clytie's firm friend and ally. During these 2 years, Clytie was in some need of friends. The society in which she had moved during her married life was a world unknown to her now. Only the circle of her girlhood's acquaintances remained, and of these some manifested disapprobation at the mode of life she had adopted. Every staunch adherent was therefore of inestimable value, and half unconsciously she clung to every hand held out in friendship. The resumption of her life with Kent had produced also great tension in her relations with Durdleham. Finally, it snapped them entirely. "I don't for a moment suppose," wrote Mrs. Blather in the last letter that passed between them, "that everything is not most innocent and honourable on both sides, but your conduct is grossly imprudent and must inevitably give rise to most painful scandal. It is your duty both to the name you bear, painful though the associations connected with it may be, and to that which you had from papa, to put yourself beyond the reach of calumny by living no longer beneath the same roof as Mr. Kent. Until you do so, papa and Janet and myself will consider that any regard you may have had either for ourselves personally or for our honour as a family has entirely gone, and I grieve to say it, our doors though not our hearts, will have to be closed against you." Clytie read her condemnation very sadly. She could not blame her sister. Mrs. Blather was acting conscientiously, according to the faith and tradition she had inherited from her God-fearing ancestors. Petty and futile as many of the formulas were by which she had been trained to regulate human conduct, yet there were great ones which could not do otherwise than command respect. "Thou shalt not sin" is a formula the obeying or renouncing of which is often a secret for one or two human hearts alone. Its corollary, "Thou shalt not appear to be sinning," is one which must be dealt with openly under the world's eye. Mrs. Blather's judgment was based on this latter formula, her position unassailable. She had no Winifred to shake with the eloquence of love, her faith in the formula's eternal verity. She was supported by the firm convictions of a lifetime, and by the unhesitating assent of her father and sister. The letter cut off all Clytie's hopes of ever being understood by her family. She herself knew their inmost hearts, was conversant with every principle by which they were guided, and she could bear them no ill will. But to them she knew she would be for ever inscrutable, and she accepted their judgments with sad resignation. In point of common fact, she was called upon to make the old choice that had been offered to woman in all ages, between her family and the man she loved. Without a moment's hesitation she chose the man, and severed herself finally from her kin. Kent had become the object of her life. She had loved him, she knew that now, before her marriage. She had wronged him, as it seemed to her, by not having realized it, had received, notwithstanding, a tender, absolute devotion whose brave selflessness had been a revelation to her. No sacrifice that she could make for his happiness was too great for her. She loved him with the whole strength of her full nature. If any sacrifices on her part were not made, it was Kent that forbade them. The less he would accept, the more did she find in her heart to offer. That she should remain in what they had begun to look upon as their common home seemed to be a vital necessity to his happiness. The mild, affectionate approval of Grace and Janet could not compensate the great loss that each would sustain in a rupture of their intercourse. Any appeal to her sister she knew would be useless. She was firm in the path in which she had elected to walk, and Mrs. Blather's letter remained unanswered. But Kent could not take this comprehensive view of humanity. That Clytie should be cast off by her family aroused his indignation. "They never loved you," he said one day. "You were always a thorn in their flesh, and now they've seized an opportunity of plucking you out." "You're wrong, dear," replied Clytie. "They love me in their unemotional fashion, and if I were to die they would shed many tears and wear mourning for a whole year. But don't you see that I am of Samaria? I cannot pray in the temple of Jerusalem, and the houses of Israel are closed against me. It is of their religion to do so. They believe that the bread of the Samarian is as the flesh of swine. We cannot change their faith. We can only seek in Samaria for freer conditions of life, and the love of those who are Samaritans at heart." "If I loved you less, I might take up as lofty a position as you," said Kent, "but I cannot bear that even a Pharisee of the Pharisees should presume to judge you." "They have been judging me rightly or wrongly all my life," said Clytie with a smile. "It was my own challenge. I gave it vehemently and passionately as a girl when life lay before me, like a closed book which they refused to open for me. Now that I have learned some of its secrets, I give the challenge with the calm conviction that I am acting in accordance with laws higher than theirs. So do not fret about me, dear." And then she added in a low voice, "You know I would give up all I could have in the world for you, if you would accept it." Then Kent put his arms around her and kissed her. "I accept far too much in my selfishness," he said. "My old lonely life was happy, but it could not be so again. So in spite of all, Clytie, I say, stay with me." "I should stay whatever you said," returned Clytie. "Don't fancy that all the giving is on my side." One sad event marked the mid-term in these 2 years, robbing Clytie of an external interest that had grown to be very dear to her. The boy Jack died. The first meeting with him after the terrible scene in her husband's house was in the studio, whither he had betaken himself on one of his frequent visits to Winifred. A sensation of pain caught at Clytie's heart as she marked the lines of Thornton's features wrought in miniature on the boy's face. It only lasted a few moments, and then it melted away into a great pity. Jack was Jack, were Thornton 20 times his father. That he was so parented should make her pity for him all the greater. She never felt more drawn towards the boy than in that first interview. She told no one but Kent of the secret of his parentage, not even Winifred, to whom Jack, in spite of full intentions, never had an opportunity of showing the photograph. For Mrs. Burmester had discovered that Jack had temporarily abstracted it, had cuffed him soundly, and secreted the coveted treasure in a secure hiding-place. Whatever hopes Clytie might have entertained as to Jack's future were cut short by the change in her circumstances. All she could do was to contribute towards his training in the sphere in which the high gods, assisted by Kent and Traherne, had placed him. Besides, he manifested no particular intellectual bent. His gifts were rather those of action. Books wearied him, except such as dealt with wild exploit and adventure. And she shrank now from the idea of his entering the army, a feminine distaste, easily understandable. So she had perforce to concur in the scheme whereby he should remain another year at the school, and then be apprenticed to a respectable trade. Kent comforted her with his assurances. If the boy had the fire of success in him, he would rise out of the common ranks. Life was all before him with its endless fortuities. With devoted friends watching and guiding him, it would be a poor world if he did not arrive at ultimate good. And Clytie, in her turn, comforted the boy, trying to soften and mould his nature with her womanly influence. It was his last term at the school. He had won for himself the golden opinions of the authorities. The semi-animal little Arab of 4 years ago had developed into a bright, self-reliant lad of generous impulses, subject, it is true, to fits of ungovernable passion, but quick to forgive, repent, and do penance. Suddenly, Clytie received a telegram that Jack was very ill. She left her work and started immediately for the school. There she found that diphtheria had broken out among the boys, and Jack's was the most critical case. Day and night she nursed him, but it was of no avail. The boy died, and Clytie returned to London with a cheerless sense of loss. Mrs. Burmester, who came to see her after the funeral, whimpered a little, and hoped that Clytie would recommend her to any of her friends who happened to be in need of a charwoman. And then Clytie looked at the mother, thought of the father. After all, if the laws of heredity had anything to do with the controlling of human destinies, were it not better for Jack to be dead? When the woman had gone, she went and stood before the replica of her famous picture, which she painted for Kent, and shook her head sadly. "What I have painted there," she said to Kent, "the cruelty and animalism that seemed to have gone out of his face latterly, would always have remained. Human nature is a palimpsest, dear. What is written forever, though it seems obliterated, and may be called up to the surface at any moment. I call Jack happy, being dead." With the exception of this episode, the weeks and months passed in peaceful uneventfulness. Clytie worked assiduously at her art. At first the studio seemed lonely and dispiriting without Winifred, but other influences compensated her loss. As soon as it became known that she had resumed her profession, orders came in plentifully and kept her busy. And then, perhaps, Winifred's absence brought her nearer to Kent. If she worked hard all day and failed to reach her artistic ideal, it was deep comfort to know that Kent's whole-hearted encouragement would soon come and cheer her and save her from depression. They had learned to depend much upon each other in their work. In every mood they were constant companions, never weary of each other. Instead of walking home from the museum, as he had done for years, Kent would hurry back by train from Charing Cross to Sloane Square so as to shorten her loneliness by half an hour. A cup of tea, a talk over the day's work, perhaps a stroll along the embankment, dinner, and then the long, quiet evening as in the old days. Such was the ordinary routine. Certain changes had naturally occurred in Kent's habits, changes for his distinct good, as Clytie used to declare laughingly. He rarely used the attic sitting-room. His scratched bohemian meals were things of the past. What law of God or man forbade them to eat together? Clytie asked once in the early days when they were talking of household trifles. And then Kent bluntly insisted upon an arrangement whereby they divided equally the rent of the rooms they inhabited. It was not fair, he maintained, that he should give her sitting-room all that wear and tear without helping to pay for it. Clytie yielded, not unpleasurably, seeing that he was bent upon it, but she reserved the studio as her own especial sanctum. The charm of the life grew daily upon Kent, with its infinite grace of little things. He told her this often, with awkward sincerity, as a man only can tell the woman he loves deeply. And Clytie would laugh contentedly and say, "But you'll soon get tired of these organized meals, and long for your freedom again. Don't you ever crave to be swallowing your coffee as you brush your hair in the mornings? And doesn't it chafe you all the afternoon at the museum to think that there is a regular dinner waking you when you get back?" "No, somehow I like it," he would reply, laughing. "I believe I am developing into respectability." Combining their resources, they were able to entertain in a modest way those of their friends who perfectly understood their relations, the Farquharsons, the Trehernes, Wither. On these occasions Mrs. Gherkin's husband, a lean, self-effacing man, would wait at table in the severest of black and lend immense dignity to the meal. Wither was a constant visitor. The monastery was broken up. Fairfax had taken a practice in a large country town. Green had taken a wife. Wither complained bitterly, railing at them both for their disgusting selfishness. Clytie learned to love the bright-eyed, gnome-like little being, his cynical, paradoxical talk, his large-heartedness which he was ever anxious to conceal from the world. Often, when life seemed to weigh a little heavy, the future to loom somewhat sad, and Kent and Clytie had been sitting alone, a spell of wistful silence over them. Wither would come in unexpectedly, and with his subtle feminine perception piercing to the heart of their mood, would exert himself to extra brilliancy and dissipate their cloud in laughter. A man by no means requires delicate tact to win a woman's love, but no man who displays it towards a woman can fail of winning a little of the overflow of her heart. Clytie was grateful to Wither. Once, when bidding him good night, Kent had gone into the passage, she added impulsively, "And thank you." He looked at her in his odd way, with a smile playing around his lips. "What for? For being miserable and lonely and making use of you to cure myself?" But they understood one another, and he was touched by Clytie's little tribute, and Clytie had spoken out of her heart. For in spite of the helpfulness and comfort of their life together, there were gaps in its plenitude which, as she said to Winifred, ached a little at times. Kent was tenderness, manly sympathy itself. He would have cut his tongue out rather than formulate a longing that could not be satisfied. But moments came when the irony of life seemed somewhat bitterly mocking, and caused a veil of sadness to be drawn between them. And, like people who love deeply, each was sensitive to the variations in the other's mood. Then Clytie would yearn for the impossible, to fix forever the light she loved to see in his eyes, to cling to his arm and be acknowledged his wife before all the world. Thus, through the midst of their happy, earnest life, ran a vein of sorrow. But the years that had passed, with their manifold emotions, experiences, and disillusions, with their awakenings of passion, with their plentiful gift of tears, with their later gift of an almost holy communion of souls, had completed the woman and the artist. One hunger remained to her, one that had had no place in her girlish cravings, a woman's hunger that is as a thing sacred and wondrously softens her nature. An infinite compassion took within her the place of scorn. Her eyes had learned the trick of tenderness which illuminated her bright, fearless face. Her judgments became less harsh, gained in breadth what they lost in brilliance. She saw life steadily and saw it whole. Many of its mysteries had been revealed to her, and she had learned the road to the heart of others. The great lesson that Kent in the years before had suggested to her, she grasped in its entirety, and it revolutionized her artistic career. No longer was her art a stepping stone, a magic lantern's sheet on which to project life in order to realize its meaning. It was no longer the objective form of a vague craving, but the idealized record of an experience. When she painted the wistful, old-world look in a waif's eyes, it was no longer with the impatient, fretful hope that its significance would be taught her from her own canvas. Her awakened sight gazed with the sorrow of knowledge into the young soul, and she used her arts to bear witness to the world of what was there. In a dim way she was conscious of this change of attitude, seeking within herself for the reason of the deeper, intenser, calmer feeling with which she approached her work. There came too a sense of responsibility, the necessity of perfecting whatever she painted in its presentation of truth. As her genius expanded, the inner interpretation of the formula, art for art's sake, dawned upon her in the realization of the sorrowful great gift whereby the artist has the privilege of piercing through the media of sense and intellect and touching the naked soul of man. She went, as of old, into the street for her models, choosing the side of life least understood of Philistia, sublimating that which was spiritual, eternal in abject and outcast, beggar and courtesan. Strange were the walks of Kent and herself about the great city, by day and by night, and strange the spars and fragments of humanity they picked up in these rambles, who found their way afterwards to Clytie's studio. They went together to East End music halls, bank holiday gatherings, thieves' kitchens, nightclubs in the West End, where ladies are admitted free on a member's introduction, Kent paying his subscription almost at the door. It was towards women that Clytie's sympathy flowed the strongest. Her first contact with one of ces autres in the hotel at Dinan had set a chord vibrating within her that now rang out full and true. She could paint these women, young, withered, children on the lurid threshold, old women with charred and blackened past. It is the moralist's part to condemn, evolve the moral. The artist on the higher plane disintegrates the spiritual from the animal and presents it in the form of truth. From the comedy of misery, the tragedy of sex, the never-ending drama of vice and crime, the one draws groans, the other tears. Each has his place in the cosmos. Thus Clytie, artist and woman, walked through the abomination of desolation and opened the eyes of the world to the glimmering spiritual rays that shot across it. Once more she took up the studies she'd made for the Faustina picture. This time she could look on them without a shudder, only sadly. The picture would never be painted. She was no longer in feverish, passionate search after mysteries that had baffled her. The picture now had no artistic reason for existence. It would be a cruel, despairing work, a tragedy of cynicism. Knowledge of the world had given her knowledge of self. She knew now how blent were the foreshadowings of passion in her own soul with those that she'd hungered to express on the young face of Faustina. In those days she could have found a model in her own mirror, and then the personal note dominating the picture would have saved it from heartlessness. For the complete woman to paint it would be the presentation of the damnation of a young soul. But the contemplation of her earlier work suggested vividly the converse of the subject, a Faustina swept away by the whirl of passion with the afterlight of innocence in her soul's depths. The conception grew within her, took form, awoke the fool artist in the ripe woman. With a throbbing sense of mastery, a quivering thrill of inspiration new to her as the first love kiss on a young girl's lips, she betook herself to her task. It was the 5th of August, 2 years after Clytie had resumed her artistic life with Kent. The afternoon was hot and oppressive. Clytie was tired and lay back on the couch by the window, for she worked unceasingly all through the summer, and the strain was beginning to tell on her. They had just returned from the West End Gallery, where Clytie's pictures had been exhibited during the season. This was the closing day, and they had gone to see the picture for the last time. A wealthy American had purchased it for the art museum of his native city, and tomorrow it would be packed up and sent overseas. "It's like parting forever from the child that is dearest to you," she said with a little touch of melancholy. "That is the worst of painting. A poet or a musician, even an etcher, can keep his work by him, but a painter loses all. Doesn't it seem hard?" Kent acquiesced, comforted her, spoke with vague cheeriness of the law of sacrifice which we must all obey. On the other hand, she must think of all that the picture had brought her, the public fame, the homage of those whose opinion was dear to her. "Yes, in all that I have succeeded beyond my wildest hopes," said Clytie. "But what is it?" "At the Redgraves the other afternoon, crowds of people stared at me, whispered each other requests to be introduced to Clytie Davenant. The men praised all the wrong points in my picture, and the women tried to get at the way I did my hair. I know it's flattering to one's vanity, dear, and I like it. I honestly like it. But it is a superficial little gratification. Now it is all over, I begin to think of what that picture has cost, what has gone to the making of it. Neither money nor fame can pay me back." "It has cost you hours of work in which you have found happiness," said Kent. "You must not overlook that." "Oh, Kent!" cried Clytie, not seeing for the moment that he deliberately avoided the deeper elements in her thought. "Don't you know what I mean? You have been just now preaching to me the law of sacrifice. Don't you know that to be a woman to paint that picture, there were sacrificed the traditions and formulas of my home? There were sacrificed the first pure flush of a girl's love, the illusions of a wife, the joy of motherhood, the dignity of a proud woman?" She raised herself impulsively on her elbow and continued with flashing eyes. "Don't you see that? And you of all men who have shared with such bitterness in the sacrifice. Yes, you, my dearest, my best, my love. Your life has been sacrificed, your love, your devotion, your nobleness. For once in the world the man has paid, and not the woman. For 2 long years we have lived together, eating at the same table, living a common life, which, had one great fact been non-existent, would have crowned our days with happiness. I am of Samaria. I don't care. I've offered to you to defy the world, to live openly together, to bear your name. You have said, no, for my sake sacrificing yourself. Can this life last forever? Have not the past 2 years been filled with longings, restraints, bitternesses, regrets, all silently working, you too loyal to utter them, I dreading lest the utterance of them on my part should render you unhappier? "I have been happy," said Kent. "A thousandth part of what you've given me would have made me more than happy." "But your due is 1,000 times more," cried Clytie. "I've given you little enough, but I've drawn from you the breath by which I live, the strength, the passion, the will by which I've reached my poor success. It can't be so any longer. It would be unjust, cruel." "Stop, my darling," exclaimed Kent, greatly agitated. "I am a man, and you are saying things a man cannot bear from the woman he loves. Let us finish this before it is too late and I lose mastery over myself. I've thought over it all, with the fiercest hunger in my heart, even in moments of our love that have been worth a century of misery. I've thought over it always. What was impossible 2 years ago is impossible now. I will not wreck your life by condemning you to scorn and ostracism and the loss of all that the outside world can give you." Clytie did not reply, but turned her face towards the open window, looking with knitted brow into the patch of blue heaven that was just visible over the tops of the opposite houses. A great, great longing possessed her, an infinite tenderness towards the man who could speak and act so selflessly. She longed to be able to say 3 little words, summing up the yearning of her heart. "For my sake." But they seemed unutterable at that hour. Perhaps at another time, in a moment of less vehement tone, when he was unawares, the words could be whispered in his ear. She sank deep into the thought, utter woman. A long, long silence, which Kent, uncomprehensive, like a man, did not dare to break. A thought had seized him, too, a troubling doubt. Would he always be as strong? At last he drew mechanically out of his pocket an evening paper that he had bought on the way home, and as mechanically opened it and began to skim the contents. Suddenly he leaped to his face with a loud cry. "Clytie!" She sprang up, startled, and saw him standing with white cheeks and shaking hand, holding out the paper. Read!" Clytie took the paper from him, and her eyes instinctively fell upon the paragraph. "A telegram from Loango announces the death of Mr. Thornton Hammerdyke, the well-known explorer, in a skirmish with some Arab slave traders. Later particulars will be given in our next edition." The newspaper fell from her hand, and they remained for some moments facing each other, trembling. Then she lowered her eyes and went to him humbly. End of chapter 27. End of At the Gate of Samaria by William John Locke.